Stuck in a hurricane, 'cause everything around you just keeps on turning. I can see you searching for an escape. The fire in your heart, it just keeps on burning. Keeps on, it just keeps on burning. Keeps on, it just keeps on burning. Keeps on, it just keeps on burning. Fire in your heart, it just keeps on burning. Don't worry, you got the future on your mind. No hurry, let's take it one day at a time. Don't worry, you got the future on your mind. No hurry, let's take it one day at a time. Don't worry, you got the future on your mind. No hurry, let's take it one day at a time.
and I are working here today is evidence of that.
ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for joining us for what should be an absolutely fantastic panel discussion on leadership for transformation. My name is Dominic Register. I'm the Education Director at Salzburg Global Seminar. I think in your programs it said that Anthony Mackay would be the moderator for this session. And unfortunately, Anthony hasn't been able to join us in Medellín for this session, but we're all sending him very best wishes for a speedy recovery. And I'm sure he will be with us in spirit and watching the live stream and probably WhatsApping me questions during the talk if I get anything wrong. So this topic, leadership for transformation, could not be more important at this moment in time. Last September, the UN hosted the Transforming Education Summit, which was the largest global education meeting in about 40 years. And it has catalyzed a fantastic global process of transformation with almost every system, every education system on the planet, looking at how they need to change and evolve in order to meet student needs for the challenges ahead in this century. I think there are a number of reasons why this opportunity exists at this moment in time. There is obviously our collective global experience of the pandemic and the way in which that highlighted inequalities within and between societies, but also how it created a moment of global pause in education, where at one point in 2020, something like 85% of the world's school-age children were not in school because they couldn't be for health reasons. And so during this process, I think in 2020 and 2021, there was a lot of reflection from civil society, from policymakers, from teachers, from researchers, about whether what we do with students in school and in education is really the right thing and setting them up for the kind of success or the kind of lives that they will lead in the 21st century. The pandemic obviously coincided with a number of really significant global social justice movements like Me Too, addressing long-standing gender inequality in society, or in many countries, the Black Lives Matters movement, which looked to address racial inequality. And so you've got these big social movements alongside the pandemic, all coming at the same time, which created the right conditions for a really profound change in education. And I think the UN responded to that with the Transforming Education System. The other major factor in this is obviously the Sustainable Development Goals and the political economy around these, that there are 7 years left to 2030. There is no country on Earth which is on track to meet any of its SDG commitments. SDG 4, the education SDG, has been knocked further adrift because of the pandemic and all of the school closures and the disruption. So we're entering this period over the next 7 years where there's this amazing window of opportunity for really profound education change, for much more radical thinking, and not just iterative reform, which lets us do more of the same kind of things, but really profound transformation. Now, the role of leadership, of education leadership within this movement, is going to be absolutely critical. And that's one of the things that's the main thing that we're going to be exploring with the panel this morning. We have an absolutely fantastic panel. It's hard to think of a better combination of people to share their ideas and reflections on this topic. So I'd love to invite the four of them to the stage. So first, Asma Al-Fadala, who is the Director of Research at WISE. Secondly, Yasmin Vargas, who's the Head of Educational Leadership Initiative at Teach for All. Yasmin, welcome. And next, Gloria Figuera, who's the Managing Director of San Jose de las Vegas School here in Medellín. Gloria, welcome. And then Anna Kingsley, who's the Head of Partnerships for Cambridge Partnership for Education. So welcome to the four of you. Thank you all very much for being part of this panel. The way that we're going to structure it is each of the four of them is going to introduce themselves very briefly and say a little bit about their careers and why they're on the stage. And then we'll go to some more formal opening remarks from the four of them with the chance for some follow-up questions. We'll then have a bit of a discussion, and then we would welcome questions from the audience in the final 15, 20 minutes of the session. But Asma, if we could start with you, and let me pass you the mic for your introduction.
Thank you, Dominic, and it's great to be with you all here. So my name is Asma Al-Fadala, Director of Research at WISE. I started my career as a teacher, then school leader and policy analyst. So I moved from working in schools to practices, then to policies, working with policymakers, And now, as I said, leading the research agenda at WISE. I'm also a researcher, and educational transformation, educational leadership has been a focus of my research in the last, let's say, 7-10 years. Also, my PhD focus was on the role of school leaders in implementing reform, transformation, improving systems in my country, in Qatar. So to summarize, for the last 25 years, I'm interested and working on bridging the gap between policy, research, and practice. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jasmine Vargas, and I am visiting from New Jersey in the US, born and raised in New York City, Washington Heights, proud first-generation American, coming from parents who are emigrated from Dominican Republic and Venezuela. And I say that because I think that has influenced my educational journey, because it has solidified for me that education, when it's a well-rounded one, and one that has been influenced by many people who believe in you and your capacity without limitation, is transformative. And so this is my way of giving back constantly, regardless of the seat that I've been in. And I entered education through Teach for America, 2002, as a first grade teacher. and served a community that was typically known to be disenfranchised, Paterson, New Jersey, and then moved to work in Uncommon Schools and became the principal there in Uncommon Schools, specifically North Star Academy, K-4 school, and our results were surpassing what is typically the economically advantaged groups of students in the state of New Jersey by 20, 30, 40 percentage points. And while that wasn't the purpose of our school, it mattered because it told the story of who our kids were when they were typically viewed as hopeless and parents who were not interested, yet our engagement in the community with our families was 99%, if not 100%, and our teachers really involved. And so I come to you today from a principal background, but now I'm at a global experience with Teach for All as head of educational leadership initiatives. And what I hope to bring to this conversation is from a point of learning and contextualization on how leadership matters in order to make systematic change. So excited to partake in this conversation with these amazing panelists next to me.
Wow. Thank you, Jasmine, Ashma, and Dominic. And I'm Gloria Figueroa. I'm the General Director of San Jose de Las Vegas. This is my hometown here. So I'm so happy to be sharing with you the experience of Medellín, and also with some guests that we have from different countries. We're here learning, and that's what I have been loving all my life. I have been working in education for 30 years, and I have had the opportunity to be in the private and public sector, and I believe that the best way is to do it together. It's collaboration. So right now that we have technologies, very good digital technologies that connect us all around, and look at this. This has been a connection made online, talking to people, meeting people, and that's what the world that the students have. Our students, some of them are here also sharing, and you just heard Martin talking about his experience, and that's what makes me happy, to bring students, empower students using technologies, connecting the world, but especially solving problems that we have in the planet. We need to regenerate our planet. We need to help our planet because that's our earth where we live. And what are we gonna do? Maybe connect generations to understand, to see what's happening, and then do it together. So that's like the main mission that I have in my life. So Anne, welcome.
Thanks very much. Hi everyone, and thank you very much for having me here today. So I'm Anna Kingsley. I am from Cambridge in the United Kingdom, and I started my career in education, but within higher education. And I was a lecturer at university to begin with, having completed a doctorate on the US-Mexico border and the geopolitics there and gender-based violence. I then realized that I wanted to work more within the K-12 space and make a difference by working with others to solve some of the biggest challenges that we face in education. And so I now work for Cambridge Partnership for Education, which is part of the University of Cambridge, and it sits within Cambridge University Press and Assessment. And we work with governments, with ministries of education, with international development organizations to really enhance the quality of education systems around the world. So much of our programmatic work covers many jurisdictions, many countries, regions, from working in Pakistan around data and assessment to Ethiopia and their curriculum rollout, Bangladesh supporting displaced Rohingya refugees in Cox's Bazar, through to working in Rwanda with teachers and in Oman. And very fittingly, I think, for today, my role is head of partnerships, and much of what we're about to talk about is collaboration and partnership. So I think it's a view that's universally shared, that we all need to work together to make change happen. And so my role itself is to build relationships with like-minded organizations and partners in countries, so local, national, regional, and international partners, to be able to take steps towards making a real difference and impact within the education space for both teachers and learners, some of whom are incredibly marginalised. So thank you, and looking forward to the discussion.
Okay, well, thank you very much to all four of you. So we're going to explore four key elements in our discussion now. We're going to talk about a specific project of WISE's, which Asma's going to share more information about, which is a leadership network, which is dedicated to understanding the kind of capabilities that leaders will need to lead transformation processes rather than purely leading a reform or improvement process. Jasmine is then going to talk about her work at Teach for All and what a profession-led system looks like and the role of teacher leaders in driving transformation. Gloria will then talk about intergenerational leadership. And I think for everyone who was in the main auditorium for the opening session, we saw a fantastic example of intergenerational leadership from Gloria's student Martin, who was on that opening panel, who did just a superb job. We were both saying afterwards, to be that confident and that eloquent, aged 15, is just remarkable and awe-inspiring. And then Anna is going to talk about some of her work with Cambridge Partnerships for Education around system change. So each of the speakers will speak for about 4 or 5 minutes, and there'll be a follow-up question, and then we'll move into a discussion. So Asma, if we hand to you.
Sure, thank you, Dominic. Just to comment on the introduction, I think two main themes came: collaboration, partnership, but also youth voice, which is so relevant to All In, the global network that I founded, and I will talk more about it in details. But also I want to reflect on the opening panel today. In the conclusion, the moderator summarized really important takeaway that is relevant to transformation agenda in general. Number one, having a clear narrative and purpose, determine the problem. We also heard about the complexity and taking small steps and actions to make these possible. And I really like Vicky's point about teachers and leaders as agent of change. So all of these are really relevant to the All-In network that I want to talk about. What do we mean by All-In? Why we started this network? What did we achieve? And what are our future direction? So in 2017, I co-founded the WISE Agile Leaders of Learning Innovation Network. Yesterday, we had a long day meeting discussing the challenges, solutions around this agenda. And it's a global community of a practice for educational leadership experts, including program providers, people who are working on capacity building for teachers and school leaders, also policymakers, funders, people in research and academia. And the idea here is to bring everyone to research, design, and advocate for improving policies. But why All In? Why we started this global network? I want to share 2 reasons. One, from the research, and the research evidence is clear about the importance of leadership in improving classroom practices and building a trusted, a culture of a trust and continuous improvement for teachers, students, and for the community. So the research is so clear about the role of school leadership, especially in underprivileged populations or communities that are experiencing difficult situations. Just to share some referencing here, the Education Commission's 2019 Transforming the Education Workforce report. Also, Education Commission, the Global Partnership for Education in 2019, and also the Global School Leadership Report 2020. All of these referencing the importance of leadership in practices and schools. But also the second reason why we started this network, based on my work with local schools in Qatar after my PhD, and one of the recommendation is to deal with and manage the educational change and transformation in Qatar. We need to build the capabilities, the skills of school leaders and teachers. So part of my role at WISE is capacity building and working with local schools. So I designed, implemented a program called Empowering Leaders of Learning. And after a number of years of implementation, I found that there is a missing piece for policymakers. We need to bring, yes, we can improve practices, we can produce research, but we can't do it without policymakers. That's why we include policymakers as part of this global platform. So as I said earlier, we met yesterday. It was a long day, bringing almost 40 people in a hybrid format. We had people online and we had people hosted by Gloria School. And it was really interesting to see and to discuss all these challenges. But the idea, since we started in 2017, the idea is to build community of a practice around a shared vision, around a specific purpose. So that was the first phase of the network. Then COVID came, and we used that phase to bring people together, but also to strengthen our research profile. So we published, we organized a number of series around education disrupted, education reimagined, in collaboration with Dominic and Salzburg Global Seminar and others. So we used that moment to strengthen the community through the research, and we published ebook. And also we last year we published 2 reports on the transformation agenda, moving into the action part. So just to summarize what we have been doing, looking at these are the challenges that we are facing as a global community. We come together to try to learn from each other, because there are different solutions everywhere. There are best practices, but context matters. So we need to identify these similarities and differences, and this is what we did yesterday. And for the last year, and so we're focusing on specific themes. Number 1, looking at the capabilities for educational leaders. If we are looking at supporting educational leaders to lead in the unknown, in a future that we don't know how this will look like, we need to equip them, identify the capabilities, but also equip them with the skills and mindset that they need. Then we also talked about the intergenerational leadership, and Martin gave us an excellent contribution today. It was great to see that part of the discussion. And we also focus on the practices. As I said earlier, All In is about research, advocacy, and programs. And there are different programs around the globe. And part of what we are trying to contribute is to fill the gap, especially in the literature around the Global South. There are amazing evidence on the ground around best practices in the Global South. So we want to focus on that and build on it. I think I covered all of that, and yeah, thank you.
Can I ask you one quick follow-up question? But just before then, to let the panel know that our clock is about 12 minutes off on the stage. So we're getting to about the halfway mark. So you mentioned in your remarks, Asma, about the sort of importance of skills for leading for transformation. And would you say a little bit more about what some of those skills look like?
Yeah, well, thank you, Dominic. As I said, what we are trying to do to look at the research evidence. We know from the work of, for example, Vivian Robinson in New Zealand about the importance of the role of leaders in improving classroom practices, building school culture, but also we are trying to identify what is missing, especially in the global South. So going back to your question related to the skills, but also the mindset and capabilities. If we are building the capacity for unknown future, for unknown direction, we need to equip them with taking risk and embracing failure. Part of the program I mentioned earlier, we work with schools in Qatar called Empowering Leaders of Learning. And part of it is how to support them in identifying areas that they want to improve, support them with the conditions that they incubate specific solutions, then they can amplify. So my point here is how to provide these conditions that allow them to learn from each other, to learn from their own practices as well. So yes, we need to provide and support and build their capabilities, but also the conditions that allow them. So taking risk, embracing failure, learning from technology, AI and technology is changing all the time. So how to help and support them to be learners all the time.
Fantastic, thank you. The idea of risk and uncertainty, and I think vulnerability comes with that as well, which is not a traditional leadership quality necessarily. But thank you very much. Jasmine, if we come to you for your remarks, please.
So thank you, Dr. Asma, for allowing such a variety of voices, because I think that speaks to our theme from this morning, that it's not, for transformational results and student leadership to occur, it actually takes a lot of stakeholders. And when I think about this idea of risk-taking, of vulnerability, of being able to try new practices out, what that requires is support at a systematic level. And when I think about the work that we're doing at Teach for All, what we tend to hear, and this is, we've often focused on teacher development and finding those pockets of classrooms where innovation, transformation, and impact is happening. Well, when we take a step back and we think about who the leaders are who are basically providing that support for those transformational classrooms, then we see that they're creating the conditions that allow teacher voice to be part of the conversation. That it's not the traditional mindset where the end all and be all with student success, however that's defined, usually it's through academic achievement, is placed on the teacher. That all the pressure for success is placed on the teacher is a falsehood, and it leads to loneliness. It leads to loneliness for the school leader if they don't have a network of support. And so far from my observation, what I hear from the alumni that are now getting into principal roles that are so impactful, it can be a very lonely place. And you are reliant on doing your own research to figure out what works. And if the pandemic showed us anything, it's that we are not fully thinking about what the purpose of education is if we're only thinking about academics. But that now more than ever, we have to think about the social emotional well-being of our children. And the only way we can get that is by tackling the social emotional well-being of the teachers. And if you you can't get there without thinking about the social emotional well-being of the school leader, because too much weight is placed on the school leader to be the problem solver for everything. And what I'm enjoying so much about my role in Teach for All is that coming from a place of leadership where I was deemed successful, I could care less about those results I shared with you, because that was an outcome that I could have predicted because of the well-being of my students that I saw and observed on a daily basis. Are the children well? Are they smiling? Are they not smiling? Are they stressed? How do you know? And those are the questions that we don't often get to ask ourselves, because the year moves so quickly, because the government, the city, the conflict, the stresses of all participants, usually the adults, are so high that you fail to see the children. And one of the pieces that I think you highlighted, Dr. Ozma, is that one of the critical actions that we need to take is actually pretty simple, right? It's not simple, it's quite complex, but I loved what Ms. Vicky said earlier in the panel. We have these great big theories about what is required for change in learning, but to move to action, we need bite-sized, concise moves. And on the ground, if you're working with leaders, or you're not, you're just, here's a school principal, do what you can, transform the neighborhood, transform the community, increase the learning. The pandemic happened, they're behind, then that is not gonna be the solution. That's massive. But if you talk about what is happening with the school leader, how do you center yourself on a daily basis when you have the weight on your shoulders? Do you have a technique? Do you breathe? Do you have a plan? Do you have small bite-sized goals? Do you have a team to share the load with? If the answers to those questions are no, we can predict what the end of the school year will look like for the teachers, for sustainability. So we have to start with an inner reflection, provide tools that create an atmosphere where not only students take risks in their learning and that they can critique the teacher freely without judgment, they can critique their peers without feeling they're gonna be bullied, and that at a leadership, you're not alone, that programs like the one that Dr. Ozma created, where you have a network of coaching that I can reach out and ask questions on a daily basis. School principals are faced with things like, do we have enough money to pay our teachers? Do we have enough resources? Do we have, my parent just told me that they're going through a divorce and separation. How do you get through that on a daily basis? Well, you do that with a network of support and a social emotional wellness. And what happens? That comes down and you develop those same techniques for the students. And finally, that you do not have to take that load in leadership. It's actually the contrary. A great leader gives the leadership capability to others. When I saw you, Martin, on that stage, to me, you are a reflection of the collective leadership that's happening in your world as a student. I see you, I see myself. Why am I able to come to the stage? It's not one person who just inspired me. There's so many people I can talk about in my life, and that's how we're gonna start transforming leadership or student leadership, when we think about all those pieces that elevate and free the human mind to take the stage, because we go, you stay, and they have to be in charge of owning what the future of the environment looks like, to answer those critical questions around problems that we have our traditional ways of thinking, but they are perfectly capable of challenging and calling to action new best practices.
Great, thank you, Jasmine. You could see what you were saying resonating with the audience from the number of people nodding and making notes. One quick follow-up question, if that's okay. I think, everything you were saying about this renewed importance and focus on well-being in education is something that, if any positive comes out of the pandemic, I think that may be one that we'll be able to look back on. And the sort of understanding that education isn't a transactional process, it's a fundamentally relational process, and that teachers and head school leaders and students need to feel good about themselves in order to get the most out of that. But in the teacher training and the teacher development that Teach for All does. Have you now adapted your kind of pedagogy and approaches to build more of these social and emotional skills into the process?
Yeah, I mean, I think joining Teach for All just only recently, I am as much of a learner as all the participants, the teacher, leader, and so many amazing people doing kind of research work around this. What I will say that has been transformative in my own learning and reflecting on my own practice that was happening, they are one framework that came about from looking at transformational classroom across 4,500 students and 60 plus partners around the globe. One framework is teaching as a collective leadership. And that framework is basically, it's complex, but it's stating that in transformational classrooms, you see that regardless of context, background, country, and limitation, there's some key elements to think through. And it starts with purpose. And if your central purpose is students as leaders, then your lenses become community, well, students first, community. So who are your community members, your families, and also the policymakers, all of those, but they're in constant conversation. That breeds that purpose around students as leaders, creates the ability to contextualize how you approach education and creates adaptability and flexibility for how you respond to challenges.
Fantastic, thank you. Gloria, let's come to you. Thank you.
Sure. Okay, I want to start asking a question to the audience. Who was born before 2000? Okay. Okay, I have another question. Who had to have coins in your pockets and go and look for a public telephone to make a phone call home? Okay. Who didn't have that experience? Look. Okay, okay. That's different, right? They don't know how to walk, look for a phone, to call home, saying, "Mom, can I stay longer?" Yeah, they didn't, most of them, but we did. You see the difference. This is the intergenerational conversation, just as simple as that. How we use technology, how we used it at that time because we had that technology. That telephone was a technology, right? And now that technology we're using just in London to go and take the picture with the red public telephone. Yeah, but for this generation, this is just to get it and they don't call. They just send a message, right? It's an instant message that is home like in a second, all right? So with that difference is that we have to think about education, and that's what we are doing. Like when we ask students, it's because we know that they have a different view. And when we ask Martin to talk in representing all the students from school and also from the hub of education that we had, because yesterday we had the opportunity to see in Medellín Challenge, all the students saying what they thought about the communities they visited. So that was so powerful because they saw the reality by themselves. And it's not the reality that the teacher is telling them what they have to learn. It's not saying there are some people that are not having the right food or energy or water. No, no, no. Let's go and help. And let's find out together what to do and how to help. That's the conversation now, all right? So it's like, I have this other question. Who is a leader here? Who is a leader? Who is a leader here? I want to invite you to be a leader wherever you go, whenever you are, because you are a leader. Martin this morning was leading also, inviting us to talk and to reflect on education. So all of us are leaders. This is not a matter of having power, you know? This cannot be competence. And that's why in education right now, what we have to do is to have ecosystems that connect us. And then we will have better results. Reading the context, because, for example, when we were sharing in the Medellín Challenge with students from Qatar or from Mexico or from United States, all of them had different backgrounds, different opportunities, experiences. We had the combination of developed countries and underdeveloped countries. But the thing was that we were all talking about the same, education. We were using English. And let me tell you that one of the biggest problems that we have here in Colombia has been to be bilingual, so we could all talk in English. And that was one of the things that San Jose de Las Vegas was facing, talking about how to become bilingual. And I have to tell you that now we don't have to follow a strict curriculum to be a bilingual school. We just need to open the doors and learn with the world and share experiences and create an ecosystem. And the ecosystems can be online, can be digital, can be here in the city. The city is the best place to go and learn. Sometimes we just want to keep our students in the classroom, but the classroom now is not inside walls. The classroom is the city, the classroom is the world. And then we have to connect and find the correct language, which cannot, I mean, English is one, but there are a lot of languages. And especially, for example, we learned a lot, and our kids learned a lot about the culture from the kids from Qatar, the manners, the way we say hi, just to say hi. That's a big learning. And we don't need a person to teach that. We just need to be together and learn. And the other point that I want to bring today is how teachers are being involved in learning. So when we talk about learning, we are talking about collaboration, you know, because it's not just what I have to teach you, but also what in this room we are learning together. So there's no power here. I'm in front of a person or people that know a lot about AI. So they know a lot about that. Maybe I don't, so I'm learning with you, but it doesn't mean that I have more power than you, but I have something to share with you. So that's the role of the teacher right now. The role of the teacher is being a coach that helps in the way, everything that you said, I was like, yes, this is what we have to do now in education. The well-being, emotions, be with the person, the student, help the student. But around, they will find a lot of very good knowledge and content, and more than the content that we have inside the curriculum. So the invitation is to have these big ecosystems where we can just get what each student wants to continue doing in life and respecting the differences and being the coaches they need, and also inviting teachers to learn in a collaborative way.
Brilliant. Thank you, Gloria. I really love what you were saying about sort of students as system leaders and the way that the Medellín Challenge and the work that you've been doing is helping to develop that ethos or that mindset, and how, you know, if you see a problem that is affecting any member of the community, it is a problem that's really affecting all of us and needs to be addressed. And I wondered if you could say a little bit about how that ethos is changing school life at your school, and are you starting to see that impact on behavior within the school or student-student relationships or things like that?
Yes, I think that our students are now being like very important for the teachers, especially when they can ask questions and they can even reflect and ask for a different methodology. That has been like a big dialogue in our community. And also we see the difference between students that have been connected in the city with the ones that have been more in a classroom, and we can see how the participation is different. And also we can see it in the way that teachers and even we as leaders, the principals and the people that are in charge of everything at school, let them or listen to them, to their requests and their critics also, which sometimes is difficult for us. And while you were talking, Jasmine, I was wondering about me, about my health as well. You know, it's like this is a real talk, human talk, and that makes us think that education is so powerful because of that, because we're learning from each other, not learning from the others now. So it's what I feel is a revolution inside our school, and I have to tell you what the main challenge is to coordinate schedules, curriculum, content, and all that administration part that is sometimes difficult, but at the end, we see that with this revolution, we are so happy learning, and that's what matters.
Yeah, amazing. Thank you for that. Anna, so a lot of your work is with policymakers, isn't it? And a sort of different place in the education ecosystem. So it'd be brilliant to get your thoughts.
Yeah, thanks, Dominic, and thanks to everyone here. I mean, that's such inspiring discussions that we're all having, and actually, it's always good to be in fora like this, because we are doing exactly what we say we'll do, which is having a discussion amongst colleagues, amongst peers, about best practice, what we should be doing in the future across different countries, different regions. I want to touch on a couple of points actually that have been made so far very quickly. One is around ecosystems, and I think that that's a really key point to focus on, because education systems have multiple interdependencies. They're complex and they are broad, and more importantly, they have so many different stakeholders that each have a voice, each have agency, but each need to listen to one another. They need to collaborate. They need to exchange knowledge and best practice and what works. I mean, that's a highlight there, what works in education. And having the space and the time to be able to test, adapt, and iterate different pockets of best practice that can then be scaled. And as Dominic, you said, it's not about transactional relationships. It's very much more based on a relational aspect, the interactions between different parts of the education system. It's not just a sum of its parts, it's the interactions that happen in between. So I'm going to very quickly talk about, from our experience at Cambridge, I suppose a different strand of leadership. And that is leaders operating at system level. So those who are more in a formal position to influence the development of an education system as a whole. So that could be ministers of education, it could be state ministers or provincial ministers if education has been decentralized, and also decision makers, because they ultimately, they are instrumental in setting the strategies, the priorities, and the plans for education. But as we will discover, and as we do discover, it's about collective leadership and not about the individual. So I was going to just draw on some experience and highlight a few, maybe these can be seen as principles, let's say, of what potentially leadership for transformation when you're at that system level might look like, and the types of behaviours that we should be embracing and what that seems. Because at the moment, we could talk a lot about transformation, but we need to then think about what action looks like and what it looks like in practice. So firstly, in terms of leadership, I think it's about a vision. And it's thinking ahead and also long-term planning in order to meet the needs of a country, of teachers, of learners, of the future generations, of economic expectations, and also societal aspirations. And I think it's a vision that needs to be developed around a purpose of what education actually looks like and its next generations, not just for now and not just in the short term, but in fact for the future, because we operate in cohorts of generations of students. So we need to be thinking 12 years down the line about what the future looks like for those students. And long-term planning, it isn't easy. It's a challenging task often, because ministers of education, they have sometimes very short tenures. And so quick and immediate wins might be far more tempting than thinking about long-term growth and the types of investments we should be making in education, whether that's around tackling some of the biggest challenges of foundational literacy and numeracy, which we simply haven't cracked, or investing in things like early years, where we know research tells us that that investment will bear fruits later on, but it will take quite a few years to be able to sow those seeds and to see them flourish. So I think it's just important to have that relentless and undivided commitment to long-term improvement, irrespective of any vested interest that an individual might have in that respect. So secondly, in terms of leadership, it would simply not be possible, I think, for any of us, unless it's underpinned by evidence-based, informed and data-driven decision-making. So over the past year, especially since the Transforming Education Summit, Cambridge has noticed more of a demand from ministers of education to understand, have a deeper contextual understanding of their education system, how it's performing, what learning outcomes look like. That will then drive policy making in the right direction. So what we do is we help them analyse different parts of their education system, whether it's their curriculum, governance, teacher training, and try to piece together what potentially the targeted interventions should be. And when you think about targeted interventions, you then think, okay, this could be cost effective as well. We're doing the right things that we know need attention, and it's cost effective, especially in the climate in which we're now living, where there are lots of fiscal constraints, budgets have been cut in education, and even international development organisations are not necessarily bridging the gap when it comes to education emergencies financing as well, which is incredibly underfunded. So I would absolutely advocate for data for decision making. My third point, which is intertwined with that last one around decision making, is that leadership needs to place emphasis on relevance. So relevance needs to be at the very heart and core and purpose of the mission, our collective mission for education and for learners. Rebecca Winthrop and Minister David Senge, they published a policy brief which I think talked about the idea of purpose, and it talked about the idea of actually having a fresh review and looking at your goals within your system and interrogating those. So it takes an element of self-reflection, introspection, us all coming together and critiquing what we have, what we don't, and what transformation looks like. So is the education system fit for the future? Is the curriculum fit for purpose? Does it address foundational literacy and numeracy? Is it addressing marginalised girls and different communities? Are we looking at education in emergencies? And then start to think about what the journey towards that accomplishment of transformation then looks like. And fourthly, and this is, I think, the point that unites us all, hopefully, in our discussion today, and we've heard it over and over again, is that leadership is not singular, it's not individual, it's not an individual act. Transformation rarely relies on one person playing a role. So at its very core, I think you've got collaboration, you've got partnerships, you've got the interactions of ecosystems, and you've got coalitions. Coalitions for change that will rally behind change and hopefully create sort of collective action. So what we've seen ever since the Transforming Education Summit, where education really took centre stage there, is that collective leadership is what is needed. Participatory approaches, understanding, asking your teachers, who are absolutely heart and soul of any change, reform, transformation, what their perspectives are. And also youth. Youth no longer want to be passive recipients of reform. They want to be active agents of change, just like every one of us here in the room wants to be an active agent of change within this process. And I will finish on a very, on a good African proverb that I've probably overused many times, which is, if you want to go fast, you go alone, and if you want to go far, you go together. And I think that underpins, hopefully, the partnership aspect that's needed here.
Fantastic. Thank you, Anna. We've got about 6 minutes, so we'd love to take a couple of questions from the audience, please. If I could ask you to keep the questions fairly succinct, so that we can get through. So we'll go to Daniela first, and then we'll go to this lady here. And if you're going to ask your question in Spanish, you need to give us 2 seconds to sort out the translation.
So thank you so much for the presentation. I am so happy to be here and again to see people that to connect the last month. Yes, I am here because I am from a non-profit organization called Women, focused on leadership and gender equity. When I discuss about leadership and after to hear about, for example, the experience that Gloria spread with us, I think about 2 things. The first one, if I see the most vulnerable territories in Colombia, we can find the territories that are facing hunger, conflict, absence of the governments. We can identify that in that territories, we can see that how social leaders emerge. But if I see, on the other hand, the privileged territory, private schools, we can see how the social entrepreneurs emerge. If I take both kind of leaderships, we have so many gaps too. In one case, you can see the entrepreneur and social entrepreneur as a business, as a social cause, but in the other case, it's like a protest, the resist. So how we can to reduce the gap between both kind of leadership, because the idea is to create an ecosystem with both kind of leaders can to discuss together at the same point.
Great question, thank you. Would one of you like to tackle that briefly? Gloria, are you coming in on that? Thank you. Do you have a microphone?
Yeah, I think that in this case, when we're talking about collaboration, it is very important to open all the institutions, private or public. We need to be open and then let all people work together, because that's the only way. When I see my students talking to those other students that are in different territories, that's what makes me more proud of what they have been learning, because they can show that not only the social emotion they can have, but also how they can become or have more and very good ideas. That's why entrepreneurship and, I mean, the relation for me is wonderful, even if we have differences in territories, but we need to learn how to read each context and then open it, and then knock on doors. And this is about my city right now, that the ones that live here know that we are living something that we really need to go again together. All the private and public sector must be together to solve problems. We cannot be just each of us on our way. So even if the territory is open, we need to work together for the rural area from here. I mean, it's also our concern, and we know how to do it, and I have to tell you that Medellín has done it before. Antioquia has done it before, and we need to continue doing it, yeah.
It comes back to that idea of system or collective leadership that you've all referenced. If we take the lady in the second row there. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for this great panel. So I would like to, my question is really to dig in, because we've been talking about the skills and capabilities and what we want from educational leadership. So we want vision, we want building capacity, partnerships, lots of things you've mentioned, but I would like to have these minutes to, in your experience, in your research, and in your evidence-based, in the how. How do we do it? How do we train those educational leaderships we need in order to build this change?
That's a great question to finish with. Who would like to go? Asma,
Yes. Well, thank you for this great question. Of course, when we talk about, I think, Dominic, in your introduction, you mentioned we don't need more reforms and doing the same things. We need transformation. And the definition of transformation, as you know, speakers here mentioned, to start with a purpose, to start with a vision. Sometimes when we start a reform, we jump into how to do it, what to do, rather than why. So I think the why will help us see the progress, move on small steps, but also understand what's coming. So I think when we have a transformation or we have a reform, we need to, yes, to focus on what to do and how, but with the why as well. So that's my answer.
And I would just add to that the other theme that arose, which is about listening. There's no simple solution that fits everybody's context. And I think when you ask yourself the why according to your own conditions and your own access to resources or limitations, then you have to ask yourself, who needs to be partaking in that conversation? And that's who is going to create those solutions that feel that will, like, that's gonna be driving me every day on my collective purpose. So when the rain comes down and I didn't expect it, or the earthquake or the tornado, whatever thing that happens in life that may throw you off, each person around that table, including students, including parents and government, is driven by that same purpose that we originated and came to the table with.
Fantastic. And so thank you very much to all of you. I mean, so we're out of time, unfortunately, but just to close, take a second to think about what we've heard from the four panelists and the kind of vision for leadership that demonstrates vulnerability, that embraces risk and uncertainty, that prioritizes mental and social well-being, collective leadership or system leadership that forefronts the needs of the community above the needs of the individual, leaders who will bring a community with them to shape a new vision or purpose for education. And it feels like we're at this amazing moment in time where this is all going to be possible, and we're seeing all these new models of leadership emerge, which are going to have such a profound impact on our education systems around the world. So will you please join me in thanking the four panelists for a fantastic discussion this morning. And we wish you all a very productive rest of conference today. Thank you.
great group of people, experts, passionate about education transformation. So let me start presenting you the panel. The first one that I would like to come to the stage is Chris Kwasi-Coxon. My French is not the best. He is a founder family board member and an active actor for the last 7 years in the field of promoting educational initiative for the youth around innovation, entrepreneurship, and skills development through practical events, learning programs, and online medias with a large focus on the African continent, and as well as in the Middle East and Europe. Welcome, Chris. Also, let's turn to another panelist. Maria Paz Monge is a senior policy and communication manager at JPAL Latin America and the Caribbean, where she works on promoting the use of evidence in policy making, developing partnerships, providing technical assistance for the scale-up and replication of interventions, and implementing the office communication strategy. She has previously worked in the Chilean government education sector and as a researcher in the University of Kassel in Germany. So welcome, Maria Paz. Also, we have Dean Klein. He is a consultant of the World Bank EdTech team. He's the co-founder and senior managing director of USC Rosier Ed Ventures, an EdTech innovation hub and accelerator. Dean was a venture investor for 20 years and more, with IPOs, acquisitions, and mergers, including in education. So he's the one who knows how to invest and have impact in education. Welcome, Dean. And also, Michelle El Al-Nuemi, sorry, my Arab is not also, is a program manager in the Policy Hub at the CEO's office of Qatar Foundation. Prior to joining the CEO office, Michelle worked on strategy development projects, engaging with national stakeholders on the planning, monitoring, and evaluation of national strategies. She also worked as a research assistant at RAND Qatar Policy Institute. She holds a master's degree from the University College London in strategic management and projects, and graduate with distinctions. So please give a round of applause to the panel. We should start saying that we are in an event that is trying to answer how we can involve the whole society in the learning process. And that's why, if we want to talk about this important topic, we have to think about the ecosystem and the way we can organize and connect different stakeholders. Let me start by saying thank you to Global Education Forum and WISE for this panel. Gracias. And I'm going to give you a short introduction about this panel, and then we have prepared some questions for the panelists, but also at the end we are going to have the opportunity to receive some of your questions from the audience. You can make it in English or in Spanish, and we'll try to answer them. So why forming impact ecosystems? Because it's crucial for building a sustainable and efficient education. There are many elements of forming impact or learning ecosystems in education. For example, leveraging technology to enhance teaching and learning. Another reason, and very important maybe for our countries in Latin America or countries like Colombia, is to promote equity and inclusion in education. Another reason why it's so important to think about this approach and this strategy of developing impact ecosystem is to develop new models of education that meets the needs of our students. We are in a decade of big changes and radical disruptions, and we need to rethink the way we educate, and there is no one sector in charge of that challenge. We need many sectors, many stakeholders, many ideas coming from inside and outside the educational system. So the objectives of this panel is to discuss the influence that impact ecosystems have on uniting organizations and individuals from different sectors, and leverage diverse perspective, resources, and expertise. As I was saying, we are going to discuss from very different perspectives and areas, and our panelists will try to answer and to discuss about these key elements of the learning ecosystems or impact ecosystem. So let's try with the first and very specific question about what is an ecosystem. And I would like to ask Michelle, what is, for you, in your opinion, and in your super experience in Qatar Foundation, for you, what is an education ecosystem, and how can educators build one that meets the necessities?
Well, thank you so much for having me in this panel. It's a great pleasure to be part of the discussion with esteemed colleagues. And if you allow me, I would like to build my answer on the experience of the country where I come from, Qatar. So the leadership in the country prioritized education as the main source of development. It is at the cornerstone of human, social, and economic development. The country made progress in its education journey, being investments in educational institutes, capacity buildings of educators, as well as launching education reforms. And the organization that I'm representing today, Qatar Foundation, has a unique education ecosystem, and it's called the Education City. Education City, for everyone's context, it's Qatar Foundation's largest flagship project, and it is the single learning project worldwide that you can find. And it really started with one school in 1996. Fast forward to 2023, the landscape of Education City has lent itself to house 13 schools, catering to students with different abilities and different ages. So we have international baccalaureate schools, we have specialized schools, we have 7 branch campuses of leading universities in the world, and I am proud to say that I am a graduate of one of those universities. And we also have a homegrown university. And what complements that is that we have research centers and policy institutes like WISE, for example. What makes the system impactful is that through the components of that ecosystem, we have collaborations and we have formed some partnerships. And there has been some pockets of success where that happened. So for example, when we introduced the eco-schools in our schools, in a way, we had to form partnerships with the centers that we have in the ecosystem, because when you take or import an international model of education and expose the student to it, they might not relate to such concepts, because climate change concepts, for example, things like polar bear, mountains, and rivers, do not necessarily exist in Qatar. So to make the system impactful, we had to localize that knowledge. We had to take our students to the mangroves. We had to take them to the desert. It makes their learning more heartfelt. And to be honest, this is a partnership at all levels. It is beyond the educators in the K-12. It goes to the parents, the students. You have the school leaderships, as well as policy centers and research institutes. And there is a great area where you can work with your national stakeholders so you do not neglect them, to support them addressing gaps, to amplify what the nation is doing. And so, for example, what WISE has been successful in doing is that they have been working closely with the Ministry of Education to develop capacity building programs for educating education leaders. The College of Public Policy is working closely with the Ministry of Education to work on a value-based education. And so this learning experience or the learning ecosystem takes our students away from the traditional classrooms. It gives them an opportunity to tackle real life examples, like in the corridor we have our Qatar Academy Doha students who were involved in the Medellín challenge, and they were competing with students from Mexico and Spain as well as Colombia, and this gives them an opportunity to work with researchers, with scientists, a real lifetime experience to tackle problems that they might not tackle if they were in a classroom. So really, this has been a journey, and it has been a journey for Qatar, and it's not a static one. Now that we have created an ecosystem, I think the next step should be to amplify that ecosystem. Thank you.
Thank you. You were saying,
Hello?
okay, you were saying that in order to be very impactful, you need collaboration and partnership in different levels, and to think different levels or new ways of collaboration. And maybe I could ask Dean about, in your opinion, who are those main stakeholders, groups, actors, people that should be involved in the ecosystem, the learning ecosystem, and the role that they can provide or have in order to have more impact?
Yeah. Thank you. I didn't realize there was so much interest in ecosystems. This is fantastic. Or you're in the wrong room. So at the World Bank and for me personally, in terms of pursuing EdTech or education innovation ecosystems, I think as you described it, Anna, the real purpose is getting access to quality education. So without that, there's just, for us anyway, there's no sense in pursuing it. And so as we've tried to put this together with different programs and then kind of taking a global perspective on it, we brought together educators, schools, philanthropies, innovators, whether they are educators or others, entrepreneurs, particularly entrepreneurs that are education-based or technology-based or both. And trying to think, that's sort of about it. And so the idea is to find countries where there's an interest in bringing those sort of groups together and trying to figure out what the purpose of that is. I'll give you maybe the best way to describe this is to give you an example. So we started a program, Evoke, about 10 years ago or so in South Africa. And the idea was to kind of democratize content and to better engage students. So at that point, we started out with graphic novels, moved to gamification, and storytelling, project-based learning, and then we link it to challenges. So those challenges might be sustainable, environmental challenges, it might be migration, it might be literacy, but the idea is to get students thinking about how can we solve these problems. And we do that locally, and then we try and link that globally. So that linkage, by the way, is just only beginning. And probably the best example that we've had has been in Colombia. And so what we've decided to do fairly recently is sort of the first national expansion of that will be in Colombia. I think I'm missing this. So that will be in Colombia. And actually tomorrow we're releasing a website, I think it's evoke.games. And what we've done is try to put together that ecosystem for that kind of program in Colombia with the folks that I just mentioned. And so then the idea will be we create that, looking again sort of at what's going on in Colombia, we find even this week that EFIT's creating kind of a similar or broader ecosystem. So to the extent, that makes sense to them, makes sense to us, well, we kind of put that together. So right now, that's kind of where we're at. But it's an exciting prospect, and again, I think a country like Colombia is sort of ideally suited for that. I mean, you've got the talent, whether it's design, tech, content, and the willingness of the folks who kind of control access to education to at least innovate.
Super great news for Colombia, I guess. So I have two words that resonate in your ideas and also in the first question. One is contextualization, to have a context when we decide how to pursue the development of an ecosystem. It has to really answer the local necessities, and that is something that is obvious, but not always that obvious. And also the purpose, the common purpose that really drives all this collective work. And that is something that we in Aprendo en Casa have been always asking, how can we connect and give more value to 80 organizations in seven countries. And one of the challenges that ecosystems have is to specifically develop new ways of collaborations, new strategies to collaborate. And maybe, Chris, you can help us with your great experience about how can we collaborate and partnership and make some new partnerships in order to have more impact, not only connecting organizations, but to have a broader or a bigger impact.
Vale, thank you for that. Gracias. Just to give you a little bit of history, and then I come back to your question. So I'm part of Founder Family. Founder Family was created in 2011, about 12 years ago. The target was actually Africa, because basically the founder is originally from North Africa, from Algeria. Africa has a lot of ties. So first, Africa has 54 countries, so one continent, 54 countries, and a lot of ties with Middle East, Europe, as well the US, etc. And a lot of people actually down there, for those who have the possibility to go to school, usually have a very good level of education. What they are missing most of the time is practical experiences, what you mentioned, and as well things that are actually adapted to their environment. So Farid, the founder of the family, was organizing a lot of events around the SEO, so Google search, etc. in France. And one day somebody sent him a tweet telling him, I'm fed up of not being able to actually go to Europe because of visas, costs, etc., to actually attend these events. So the whole idea of Founder Family started there. So Farid actually came to Algeria, managed to talk to people that from his network, managed as well to get people from the government to actually start organizing events that we found in Europe or in the US, Startup Weekend, Mobile Monday, etc. And the idea was to pack it up into 1 week so that people from universities most of the time will be able to actually get some knowledge in terms of theory, 20%, and a lot of practice. And that will be developing a website. At this time, we're not talking about AI, but that's officially part of the discussion now. But basically, the idea was for them to actually practice. And what we've seen as well is at the end of the event, most of the people were asking for a certificate that actually attending the event. And with that certificate, they actually go and get jobs, saying that this organization told me that actually I've got a good level, I've been practicing, and actually got jobs. So that's how it all started at first. It started in Algeria, in North Africa, but very soon after, people from neighboring countries, Tunisia, Morocco, etc., wanted to have the same. So after organizing 54 events all around Algeria, we went to these different countries. Then went to other countries around Africa, so mostly Francophone at the time. And when I joined in 2016, the idea was to actually expand to Anglophone countries in Africa, Lusophone as well, people speaking Portuguese, and there is one country as well who speaks Spanish, Equatorial Guinea. So this is how it all started. And what we've seen is that event after event, we've seen that people actually were having the same or similar issues. So people in Algeria or in Tunisia or down south in South Africa, etc. And by by organizing these different events, we actually were leveraging the ecosystem that we worked on. So people were very active in one country. We will take them as speakers to another country, speakers or coach or experts. And actually that's starting creating some bridges between the different countries. Now in Africa, usually it's pretty easy to travel for people. Visas are between countries usually are kind of okay, although transportation sometimes is quite difficult because that's large distances. But we've seen people starting to go from one country to another one and then connecting. And because as part of Founder Family, Farid, myself, and a lot of people in our organization come from the tech industry, very quickly we actually moved to digital platforms, Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, because that was a way to actually spread the knowledge, spread what we were doing actually as part of the events. So an event like that, you can see there are cameras all around the place, and that will be pushed onto Facebook. And even people who couldn't actually participate, even in the country or in the same city or a country on the other side of the continent, could actually benefit from that. And then as well, when we were organizing coming events afterwards, we really have a big following crowd of people who actually wanted to attend. Nowadays, we actually move one level up, which is basically talking to governments, to institutions, to NGOs. And the idea is to actually bring them the feedback from the ground, what people actually need. As you mentioned, even if we have an idea of what is education, there are practical realities. And basically the idea is to work with the governments now to actually lead the strategy, so giving them the feedback, ideas, so that they can actually adapt as well the policies to actually empower the people, the entrepreneurs, and the whole economy. And just to finish, Founder Family main topics, main pillars are usually innovation, entrepreneurship, and employability. So within these three pillars, we actually cater for a lot of topics in education.
Thank you. I would like to recommend, if you have not had the chance to read a playbook about ecosystems that Wise published like a year ago, I'm not sure, Munir, a year ago, where they clearly identify how to develop ecosystems and the components that are strategical for that kind of development. And in the chapter about collaboration, one of the main things that I remember is trust. Trust is the glue that really connects all the relationships, and also horizontal relationships, because probably you are all leading the ecosystems or the strategies, but behind that is a very horizontal relationship, the capacity to really participate different organizations and different voices. And just to say that, because it's important to mention that there is a great work between different colleagues. I want to ask about how to scale and replicate. And you were saying, you were talking about the context, and also we have been talking about the digital tools. And probably Dean and Michelle can share their different experience, because in Qatar it's a more physical ecosystem. You have the kids there, you have the schools, you have the museums right there. And now today in Medellin we have a group of students from Qatar. And also, as you were saying, and probably Dean has more experience, there are a lot of digital ecosystem. As you were saying, the platforms are very important. So how can you, first of all, scale your strategy in a different format? Maybe you can share that. I don't know if Dean wants to start. The importance of technology in the process of, and then Michelle about the Qatar experience. This is a new question, but.
Yeah, so interesting. I think at least with respect to technology and some of the things we're trying to achieve in education, I don't know how you scale it without technology. And so not to do that, to me, seems foolish. And we have the ability to do it. I mean, for instance, I mainly worked in Africa, and the thought that we could build more schools fast enough, or train more teachers faster and get them to the schools, and that I just don't see that happening. We've tried that for decades, and it's just not working. And so you see that in other kind of other places around the world. So there's that aspect. And then kind of for us, let's try to the way we're thinking of scaling. I mean, typically the World Bank, by definition, we think that whatever we do is scaled. That's just not true. And so we're trying to think of things differently. And that is, like in this case, what we want to do is to localize it. We want to localize control. We want to localize administration. We want to localize a lot of the funding. And then the World Bank can kind of serve as a convener and link to some of our financial resources. I don't know that the top brass at the World Bank knows about this, but they seem to have caught up with us. So this is the new and improved World Bank, and we call these global public goods. So it's something that we're trying to create around the world. And again, you sort of look for what countries can we best do this in. Not every country, and again, I mean, Colombia's at the top of the list. So we'll start that here. And then we'll scale it by moving to Africa, and then the idea is to connect them, but again, make it kind of locally owned.
Well, I think to answer the question in two folds. First of all, you correctly mentioned that Qatar Foundation is a physical location, and so it is a fertile ground to test bed. We have the opportunity to pilot projects before we scale them up nationally. And if we recall, we mentioned that we have specialized schools, and one of those schools is for autistic students. And throughout the years, we noticed that there is a great demand for the autistic schools. And from there came the concept of, all right, how about instead of replicating that schools, can we have remote campuses where students, for example, go to Qatar Academy Doha and have the support that they require in case they are autistic. And this will require providing human capital that are trained to support those students, but it is based on the lessons learned from the pilot projects, how we developed those projects, what worked, what didn't work, before we moved forward to scale it up. And then I think another comment to complement what you said about the technology, it could be utilized as a great way to amplify the impact of the ecosystem. And for that, I'll share an example. For example, Rasikh is a new platform that has been launched by Qatar Foundation. What it does is that it's resource rich, and it connects the global context with the local language, values, and heritage, and it's open to the public. So if you would like, you can go and it's open for students, for adults, and it's appropriate for all ages and learning needs. So I hope that answers the question.
Yeah, absolutely. So now it's time to talk about how can we measure the impact, because all of this is because we want to really transform education and to have impact in the learning outputs. So I would like to ask about how can we measure not only the impact of the ecosystem itself, which is important to answer, but also how can we measure the learning outputs that we can get from these experiences that are sometimes inside the classroom, sometimes are outside the classroom. We are talking about a breadth of skills and 21st century skills, new ways of understanding learning, in a period of time when we have lost learning achievements due to the pandemic. So it's important to mention, and I would like to ask Maria Paz about that. Please.
Does it sound? Yeah. So thank you very much for the question. So I would like to go step backwards first. It sounds kind of obvious, but I think it's very important first to define what we really want to measure, like what's the concept that we want to measure. Today, the Vice Minister was talking about like education and in a more integral way. So that's actually, I would say, like the starting questions. Do we want to focus on learning achievements like numeracy or literacy? Do we want to know if students are achieving some socio-emotional skills? Do we want our students to be ready to the job market, for example? So there's several different things that we want to measure. And I think the first thing that we should think about is actually what do we want to achieve with our system. Usually we cannot achieve all the goals that we want, so it's very important that we know first what's the need that we are addressing, and then how we will measure if we are addressing that need. And this said, I think now that we have, hopefully, an idea of what we want to measure, let's say, for example, learning achievements, then we have to think how do we plan to achieve that? And that will give us a clue of where to put attention. So, for instance, let's say we want to improve, this is an example from my country in Chile. So now there's a big concern about like reading skills. So let's say we want to improve reading skills, we want students to be able to really understand what they're reading. So the first thing that we should do is think how do we want to make that change? And then we can pay more attention to the aspects that will enable that change. So for instance, if we think that the problem is that students cannot really learn, cannot really read, what we could do is think, why aren't they learning? Maybe it's that they don't have the basic skills, so when the teacher is teaching them, for example, to read a whole paragraph, and they don't even know how to recognize the words, okay, then we should focus on that. Then we should focus our change, and we should also measure how we're creating this change with our evaluation. So, for example, in the case of Qatar, that you were interested in fostering learning, and you were doing this through getting students more engaged, more like hard, like experiencing really what education is. Then I would say, like, before we reach that, before we reach the involvement of the students and we reach that they learn more, we should start thinking about the activities that we are carrying out for doing that. So are we actually bringing them to the museums? Because sometimes we could think that the whole program is not working, but just because some of the elements weren't respected. So it's very important to think what we want to achieve and also how we will achieve that, and to check and to make decisions with information that we're getting to make sure that actually we are like fulfilling all the steps that we want to get towards that change.
Perfect. I have another question regarding the relationship between the ecosystems and the policy level, because, and this is going to be for you. Because one of the magical things about ecosystem is very dynamic. Everybody can really participate, be engaged, usually from NGOs, organizations from civil society, entrepreneurs, museums that are very dynamic and very agile. But in order to really scale and to have an impact in a different level, as the example of Qatar, how can we make a connection or collaborate or have a strategic alliances with the governments? And basically, is if you have like an example of how to do that.
Okay, thank you for the question. To answer your question, I'm going to go back to your point. When we started with Founder Family, the whole objective was to actually help people get knowledge that we thought that we're privileged to have because we're based in Europe. That was the only marker. At the very beginning, Founder Family is a group of entrepreneurs, so we've been actually auto-financing all our initiatives. And at one point, up to 3 or 4 years in, we're not actually trying to measure the impact, get numbers, etc. So when we're starting to switch to move to talk to governments, NGOs, or even corporations, often the question was, how many people do you impact? How many people actually are coming to your events, etc. So we're starting switching a little bit towards that in order to be able to kind of assess what we are doing. I mean, objectives, as you mentioned, what are the objectives, what we're trying to achieve, and then what actually the actual numbers. In order to grow the ecosystem, again, at first we were targeting everybody. So we usually we don't replace a university or the traditional system. We usually complement it. So at university, usually that's much more theoretical. So people will learn about the different principles, the basic principles. And again, we're going to come and give them a recap of that, and then give them some practical methodologies, practices, etc. At one point as well, as part of the universities when we were organizing the event, the good thing was actually they already have rooms, they have place to cater for people in terms of food, accommodation, etc. And the target people are actually usually there. So that was actually a very win-win situation with universities and ourselves. But what we've seen in order to scale, so we was talking about the digital platforms, but that was to actually target key people in the different ecosystems that were well connected, that we will actually promote in terms of visibility, business opportunities as well, so that they will be recognized as key people to talk to by either the governments, organization, etc. And when we needed to do an action as well, we rely on them. And now that we're talking to governments, ministries of telecommunication, for example, or education, etc., we actually put them in touch, rely on them. So that actually can connect again from the ground up to the government, and from the government up down to the people. If it makes sense.
Super. Does anyone have another idea about this relationship between these ecosystems and the government? It's okay? All right. So we have a few minutes for Q&As. We have heard about identifying key stakeholders, addressing systemic change, leveraging technology, measuring impact, local and local context. So we now have the microphone open. So, Microsoft open. Sorry. El micrófono está abierto. ¿En español o en inglés? Ah, no, in English. O en español y yo le traduzco. They don't have.
Thanks.
Yes, I can translate.
Um,
En español si quiere.
it's okay.
Okay.
Thank you. I was wondering, I mean, education is right now in an inflection point. Technology is changing a lot. We don't know what and how to measure what the kids are going to need when they start graduating. I mean, kids right now in elementary schools are going to need different skills, different capabilities. So I was wondering if you have any advice of what we have to start measuring to prepare these kids for the future, or actually the present. Because if we start, if we keep measuring what we are measuring in the past, I think we are not going to be ready for the change technology are having to us. So that's a question.
So technology readiness. Who wants to answer? Maybe Dean? Yes, you are the EdTech man, so you have to answer that.
Give it to the World Bank guy. Yeah. So wow. Yeah, it's you know, yeah, you absolutely hit on an important topic. So the way we've been trying to approach it, and you know, kind of my thoughts on it, is you at least on the technology side, you have to expose these kids to it as soon as possible, and but understand what that means and why you're doing it. You know, from a skills perspective, or you know, as a student, how they're learning. But also too, I think a lot of those skills when I think of some of the folks that we try to serve, you know, at the end of the day, a lot of the skills they need are almost like entrepreneurial skills, because depending where you're at, I mean, you're not going to work in the formal sector, you're not going to work in the public sector. There are all sorts of barriers, all sorts of barriers to you as a, you know, as a person by, you know, by gender, by ethnicity, or whatever, by where you live. So we've been trying to put together sort of a curriculum that's more 21st century based in terms of kind of social emotional learning, and also adding that to kind of more of a curriculum that will aim at how do you develop sort of entrepreneurial skills, how do you, you know, how do you kind of do that throughout your schooling, you know, recognizing that, you know, you're probably not even going to finish school in a lot of cases. So you're going out to the workforce. What, you know, what are you going to do? Because typically, you know, you learn it by yourself, and that's just not ideal. And geez, I mean, we have these kids in front of us, so why not start then? I don't know if that answers your question.
I'm going to follow up on that. In our case, again, if you remember, we focus officially on the people, but we work with university. So university, we usually bring the, let's say, the backbone, the basics, and we usually coming from a tech background as well. We try to use the agile methodologies, which is basically saying, talk to people, get the needs, identify what can be replicated if there is a lot of needs, and then if we actually identify something that is in large demand, we're actually going to try to cater for that, creating content, try to get experts, etc. And this is where tech is actually quite useful, as Dean mentioned, and I think everybody on the panel, which is basically to spread it to a large audience. Not even talking about ChatGPT coming over now, etc., etc. But hey, this is about understanding what are the needs and trying to actually cater for it. And then as we go, as Dean as well mentioned, some people actually we've seen in different countries, they go to school, but they don't get what they want. They go on YouTube, and then after a few years, they actually become experts on whatever they decided to choose. So what we're trying to do is to be, if possible, be in the middle and try to help them grow faster. And that's, I think, the way to go.
Yes, and maybe let me mention the experience in Latin America with Aprendo en Casa. We have students that are not connected. So you have to be adaptable. That's why we decided to spread our content and strategy throughout TV. We designed a TV program for those teachers and students that were not able to connect by internet. We use a lot of social media in our countries, like Ecuador, Chile. I'm not really sure about Colombia, but social media is well spread in the mobiles and can be easy to access. WhatsApp also. So it will depend on how do you want to, what do you really want to achieve, and then find the digital solution, not the other way around. Sorry.
Thank you. I totally agree with that. I think it's also very important what you mentioned, that to think about the objective that you have. So it's not that we want, I mean, why are we teaching people to read? Not because actually we want them to read, but to integrate in society and being able to learn more and find a job, and etc. So I think here again we should focus on what we want to achieve. So we should measure if, for example, students later can find a job or can become entrepreneurs, basically to have that in mind, and then look for the tools, for example, like digital tools that can help us to achieve that. Instead of just focusing on the skills themselves, the skills will be enablers for some other things. And I also think it's very important here to mention two things. One, it's also very important to be connected to like the industries. So for example, when you have training programs, it's really important that you speak with them, or maybe they can even be the ones that train people, because they are more connected to what is needed actually at the moment. They have like more reaction that usually when you're, I don't know, in the government behind a desk, you're too far sometimes from what you're expecting people to do. So it's very good to have some kind of collaborations also with the private sector, or NGOs even, but to those that actually will be working with the students in the future. And this said, I also think it's very important now that we're talking about ecosystems to take into account the teachers, that also they have to catch up sometimes with technology, and sometimes that's something that we forget, that for having the students to be like very savvy of technology and very involved with technology, we also have to remember that they are still working in a classroom, and we have to see how to integrate teachers in this process, because sometimes just providing technology on its own, it's not enough. We also have to see how to integrate this in the whole ecosystem.
We have time for another question. Perdón. Y después tú.
Hi, good morning, and thank you very much. I'm Ernesto Garnica from EAFIT University, and I have a question regarding the EdTech part of the ecosystem and also the responsibility of the institutions around it. And Dean, particularly, you mentioned before that without technology, scalability will be really difficult or almost impossible, you know. But at the same time, you have been also referring to how to make this at the right context, how to localize, and that seems to be you know, two variables that may go in a different the direction, or at least make it more difficult to success. Based on the idea of the World Bank coming to Colombia, you know, as a destination. What would be probably the key elements to resolve that, you know, to make it really scalable? I have had the opportunity to talk with some edtechs in Latin America, and after the huge investment scenario of the last two years, today I kind of see that they have challenge on both relevance and effectiveness, right? So how to resolve that, you know, and still having the mix between the scalability to make it profitable and the localization. So I know it's a kind of complex question, but it's difficult how to resolve it.
That's a lot. In 1 minute. Well, that I can do. Yeah, wow, where to start? No, I completely agree with you. They can be a little bit antithetical. And so that's, I think, one of the reasons we're trying to localize this. And it's been kind of funny because as we've tried to create our own sort of ecosystems with the groups I mentioned, there's a lot of almost kind of suspicion or curiosity. It's sort of like, what? You actually want us to help you decide what to do? And it's like, yeah, we need that because typically the relationship. World Bank has funding, but it only has funding for governments, who then, that's their decision what to do with it. We arrive at that, mutually because there's a financial relationship, but that's a, local decision and usually made by the Ministry of Education. So in theory, it should be localized. We know that that's not always the case. So again, this is sort of an effort to try and push that down to that level so you can tell us. I mean, we can tell you what our experience has been in Colombia and Latin America and all around the world, but yeah, it has to be contextualized. And I know I'm probably missing maybe two other things. What else?
The other thing I mentioned was the effectiveness and the relevance, because I feel that
Yeah.
they tried, at least I see after the pandemic, they tried to resolve a lot of
Yeah.
different issues.
Yeah.
Now we are talking about how to focus on what really
Yeah.
is really relevant to the institution.
Yeah, and when you say institutions, what do you mean?
Like schools or the universities, specialized or universities or schools.
Yeah. No, I agree with you. I think there was, in terms of the pandemic, and I can tell you because I started at the World Bank in the 1990s and then left, and a lot of the progress that we made along with governments over decades just disappeared over a year and a half. But if you choose to look at the positive side of that, it presents an opportunity. How do you do this differently? But again, that's a decision on the part of Colombia. We just want to kind of make it more clear that that's the case. And so, otherwise, we primarily deal with the government. That's our client. That's the entity that runs the project. But to the extent the government hasn't already kind of developed that ecosystem with the folks that I mentioned, then we just try to help that out. And then in terms of kind of how it seems maybe throughout the region, globally, we can add some kind of credibility to that. But I think it's an earnest effort to try and figure out how to kind of do this differently and use technology to help in doing it. So I don't know if I answered that.
Super. Sure.
Sorry, it's actually not exactly your question, but I think it's worth mentioning here, like sometimes we face this, seems to be a trade-off between like using the evidence from some other parts of the world and actually apply it to a local context, because we know the characteristics are very different in each context. And here I think, talking about evaluation that I was talking before, but more in general about generalizing knowledge and what we have learned from other places, we usually try to think about the mechanisms that are behind change. So instead of thinking like, I don't know, we will have a tutoring program through a platform, or we will do these specific activities, we try to think about what was making the change. So if the problem, for example, is that you have a classroom with 40 students, you could solve that by having like small tutoring sessions. You could have, for example, assisted learning by computer. You could also have some other kind of activities. So instead of thinking about the activity itself, which is very context specific, and it's something that you have to think about with your local team, because they are the ones that know better the reality, it's important to think about a mechanism, and then when you're evaluating and when you're implementing this, always think if you are respecting this mechanism. So for example, this mechanism in the case of tutoring or computer-assisted learning will be like tailoring the instruction to the level of the student. But again, if you have some totally different kind of intervention, always think about what's enabling this change.
Do we have one more question? Right there. So what's going to be the last one? Arriba. Or out loud.
Thank you very much. My name is Daniel Ton Garcia. I have a startup, a social startup called Wellbeing that is improving school conditions for well-being. And so really interested in learning a bit about how do you articulate the wider ecosystem that determines and influences education. At the end of the day, a kid has to go out of their home, transfer or commute to the school, and be in an environment that is not always the most enabling environment. I mean, the first cause of death for adolescents and young people in the Americas is homicide. The second is road traffic injuries, and the third is suicide. So one of the main some of the main determinants of education are outside of the education sector as it is conceived traditionally. But I would like to learn a bit more. How are you incorporating these other issues outside of the education sector, but are key in ensuring that a child or an adolescent, a young person, or a teacher is actually, able to get to school, stay in school, and learn everything that they need to learn? Thank you.
Mashael, would you like to answer that?
Thank you for your question. Actually, social emotional learning is an important component for Qatar Foundation's context. And for the school students, actually, there has been a program that was launched last year. It's an ambassadorship program for the students to not allow for negative behaviors among colleagues, things like name calling or obesity or promoting ideas of suicide and things that happen outside of an education framework. And this has been done in collaboration with one of the hospitals in Qatar. And it was launched at Qatar Academy Doha at the high school level, and the students themselves were the ambassadors so that they become the role models for their colleagues not to tolerate such behavior. We believe that students can learn better from their colleagues rather than being told not to do this or not to do that. I know that has been piloted, and it was last year, the pilot year. Hopefully there has been some lessons learned and it gets to be scaled in the remaining Qatar Academy schools as well. That answers the question.
Yeah, let me add another idea about that. And probably one of the challenges that we have is not to approach that challenge by separating educational sector from the other areas of education, because we are lifelong learners. We can learn everywhere. So the first thing, at least in our experience in Latin America with Aprendo en Casa, is to have a common view and common sense of education. If you have 80 organizations, edtechs, museums, schools, teachers, universities, trying to move 21st century education, you have to have a common vision, which is not the same and exactly way of approaching that education, but at least the objective. Why are we educating? So one of the positive outcomes of that is that you can really include others when you have a clear vision. So if we want to develop 21st century skills, you can do that outside the classroom, of course. Some organizations, some governments, some museums can also provide the support for the students and for teachers. So we are in a moment when we are facing a huge transformation, and probably the question is, how can we answer and approach that transformation by including all these visions? We cannot, and I am agree with you in terms of not facing this challenge only from the educational sector, because we are not the only ones with probably the answers or the apparently correct answers. So that's my at least vision from Aprendo en Casa.
Thank you. I think it's also important to distinguish sometimes what you can make by changing the whole system. So for example, change the whole transportation system, and what you can do like in a more local level, like in a more individual level if you want. So for example, when we're talking about education, it's not only about what happens in the classroom. It could also be providing transportation for students. There's a very nice case, I think it was in Kenya, that they were providing girls with bikes so that they could go to school. So the main thing is to understand what's the problem, make a very good needs assessment, and then you see how to tackle this problem. Instead of just coming with the solution, the first thing is to understand what's causing this problem and then bring a solution.
Okay, thank you very much for your presence, your attention, la presencia y la atención. We really appreciate that. Thank you to our panelists, Chris, Dean, Maria Paz, Michelle L. I hope at the end of the panel I can pronounce, and all the team, all the WISE team. And thank you. They are here, so if you want to talk to them, please do. Gracias.
but mankind won't be destroyed. The fact that you and I are working here today is evidence of that.
Ok. Está bien. Bueno, vamos a empezar. ¿Sí? Vamos a hacer este panel en español, pero a veces yo podría insertir algunas palabras de inglés. ¿Cuántas personas no hablan español en esta sesión? Ok, uno. Okay. Voy a hacer una mezcla. I'll do kind of a mix of Spanish and English for the panel. Okay. Welcome everybody. My name is Bob Hawkins. I'm from the World Bank. I'm our global lead for innovation and technology and education. It's a great pleasure to be here with you today on this panel about financing for low-income environments. Show Me the Money panel. Es un placer estar aquí. Me llamo Bob Hawkins del Banco Mundial. Bueno, para empezar, estamos viviendo en una era de crisis. We're in an era of crisis. We have our fiscal crisis that many countries are experiencing with regard to the hit on interest rates, their debt, and their ability to finance their public sector budgets. This is driven by the monetary crisis of the increasing interest rates, and at the same time we're experiencing inflation. A la vez tenemos una crisis de aprendizaje. Tenemos a learning crisis as well. En el Banco Mundial medimos crisis de aprendizaje por la pobreza de educación. Que dice que el número de niños de 10 años que se puede leer un párrafo simple. The learning crisis is kids that can read a simple paragraph. Y en muchos países es hasta el 80%, up to 80% of many of the kids. También tenemos una crisis de relevancia de la educación. There are many kids that are graduating from technical schools, universities without the relevant skills for employment. So this link between education and employment is a great challenge. Más allá hay una crisis de retención. The crisis of retention and dropout rates. Particularly here in Latin America, but also in many parts of Africa, those kids that neither work nor are employed, los ninis. Es una crisis tremendo en lo que muchas veces la educación que están recibiendo no cabe con su nivel de conocimiento. También tenemos una crisis demográfica. In Africa, the demographic crisis, with the explosion of young people, there simply isn't enough schools and teachers to be able to support the exploding demographics in Africa. Presents an incredible challenge in regard to access to schools, particularly for girls, as well as just simple delivery, overcrowded, and as we experienced with COVID, there's a new access crisis with regard to access to digital education. And this all kind of compounds and impacts what we see at the school level and delivery of education at school. And I think one of the challenges for this panel is to think about kind of what is the reality that we see both in terms of education, service delivery, and the cost of that delivery, and what are some opportunities to change that. Particularly when many of the education budgets are consumed mostly by teachers. And at the end of the day, education is a social endeavor. And how do we look at improving both the pedagogical skills, content skills, as well as the digital skills of teachers? Con eso vamos a empezar este panel. Quiero invitar primero a Cristina al escenario, stage. Y vamos a hacer esta discusión a niveles de educación. Por eso que Cristina va a hablar más que nada sobre el nivel preschool. Cristina.
Bueno, esta hora está retadora porque todos están recién almorzados, ¿cierto? Vamos a tratar de no dormir. Primero, gracias por estar acá. Un poco poniéndonos de acuerdo entre las personas que van a estar acompañándonos en este espacio. espacio decíamos, bueno, ¿por qué no enfocamos la pregunta un poco por trayectoria educativa? Y yo quiero hablarles de la primera infancia porque es una trayectoria donde la financiación es bastante particular. No sé qué tantos saben de los que están presentes, la inversión en primera infancia ya está súper demostrada, es la inversión que mayor retorno económico tiene en prevenciones de inversión en temas a largo plazo. Por cada dólar que se invierte uno tiene un retorno entre 6 y 17 dólares. Los primeros años de vida pues son los más críticos en el desarrollo del cerebro de los niños, entonces creo que esa es información pues que ya hemos venido oyendo una y otra vez. Pero para hacerle al zoom al tema de financiación y hablando un poco también en perspectiva de lo que está ocurriendo a nivel de Latinoamérica, no exclusivamente Colombia, encontramos varios retos. Lo primero, no todos los países cuentan con políticas públicas. Lo segundo es que políticas públicas, estrategias o planes. Entonces ya ahí, digamos, marca una gran diferencia. Yo los invito a quien este tema le interesa bastante. El Diálogo Interamericano acaba de sacar un estudio que fue publicado, de hecho, la semana pasada, donde muestra cada uno de los países de Latinoamérica cómo están frente a la política, pero luego viene un segundo reto que es la implementación de la política, el plano, la estrategia y la financiación. Entonces ahí se nos empiezan a abrir brechas en la prestación del servicio de primera infancia y diferencias obviamente entre países. Incluso hay países como Honduras y Guatemala que tienen una política hace muchos años, pero no tienen marcos legales que los regulen y por ende llevan muchísimos años sin prestar el servicio. Entonces es un círculo vicioso, digamos, que ataca directamente la financiación. Y cuando hablamos de financiación, parte de las reflexiones que ha hecho el Diálogo Interamericano junto con muchas otras organizaciones de la sociedad civil y la academia, quienes hemos, porque me incluyo en ese proceso, hemos participado de manera activa en esa regularización de la prestación del servicio en primera infancia, identifican, Rob, tres condiciones fundamentales para la financiación. Una es la adecuación. ¿Qué significa con eso? Que podamos tener una financiación que tenga una planeación estratégica clara, que tenga unas metas que nos permitan medir la efectividad de esa financiación que se está haciendo y también que están enmarcados la planeación en esas políticas públicas de primera infancia. El segundo, entonces, es adecuación en la financiación. El segundo tiene que ver con equidad, y equidad sabemos que no es lo mismo que igualdad, que es darle lo mismo a todos, sino equidad es ver esas comunidades donde la necesidad en primera infancia es aún mayor y hacer una asignación de los recursos de una manera más equitativa. Y la tercera condición que quisiera mencionar es eficiencia. Y eficiencia es porque también pasa en la región de Latinoamérica que tenemos un costeo de los servicios que no necesariamente es costo eficiente. Cuando no logramos medir las transformaciones en el desarrollo de los niños, tampoco sabemos si esa inversión que se está haciendo es realmente ganadora y eficiente, valga la pena la redundancia, en lograr los resultados que esperamos. Entonces, cuando hablamos de financiación en primera infancia en Latinoamérica, hago ese llamado muy especial a que se tengan en cuenta esas tres condiciones. Por ahora dejaría ahí y vamos avanzando.
Bueno, gracias, Cristina. ¿Y se puede presentar dónde estás trabajando? ¿Quién eres?
¿Quién soy? Estaba más enfocada en el sueño post-almuerzo. Cristina Gutiérrez de Piñeres, y yo estoy a cargo de United Way Colombia. United Way hace parte de una red global, estamos en más de 40 países y como red global busca reducir condiciones de inequidad en las diferentes comunidades donde trabajamos. Trabajamos de la mano con empresas, organizaciones, individuos, voluntarios, sector público, y pues tenemos una apuesta grande en Colombia en educación. Decidí enfocarme en primera infancia por darle un énfasis a la conversación de mi parte, pero tenemos una intervención en toda la trayectoria educativa.
Gracias. No, eso es un debate que tenemos mucho en el Banco Mundial, tasa de rate of return para los niveles de educación, y hay una gran cantidad de evidencia para la inversión a este nivel primario del Heckman et al. Y eso es una pregunta también para José sobre superior y los argumentos sobre esta inversión a este nivel y cómo podemos pensar en quién debe ser los inversionistas a este nivel. También es interesante conocer un poco más en la próxima ronda las categorías de costos. ¿Es infraestructura, es personas, es materiales? ¿Qué son? Bueno, ahora quiero invitar a John al stage, que va a introducirse y
hola.
Hablar un poco sobre el nivel básico. John.
Gracias, Robert. Buenas tardes. Bueno, me voy a presentar entonces. Para dar contexto, mi nombre es John Pulido, soy el director para América Latina y el Caribe de Opportunity Edu Finance. Opportunity Edu Finance fue ganador el año pasado del premio Wise y estamos en presencia global en más de 12 países. ¿Qué es lo que hacemos básicamente en Opportunity Edu Finance? Sabemos que los colegios privados tienen unas dinámicas un poco diferentes al colegio público. Y una de las primeras ideas es que la financiación, los recursos en el colegio público, pues sabemos que vienen del Estado, de nuestros impuestos, pero el colegio privado, de manera general, bien sea de bajo costo o de alto costo, pues básicamente son sus matrículas, los ingresos de sus pensiones, y nosotros nos enfocamos en colegios privados de bajo costo en diferentes países del mundo, que la están pasando mal, que están teniendo diferentes retos, y lo que hacemos es trabajar con entidades financieras para apalancarlos en la mejora de la calidad educativa, en infraestructura, en materiales, entre otras cosas. Pero también nos enfocamos en términos de calidad educativa en formación a maestros y un programa muy fuerte de liderazgo para directores. Sabemos que una de las características más importantes de los colegios privados de bajo costo, y sobre todo en la primaria, también un poco en el preescolar, es que un profesor quiere, o una persona quiere abrir un colegio y empieza curso por curso, pero no tiene la capacidad y las habilidades directivas y de liderazgo que necesita para sostener un colegio. Eso es lo que hacemos también con ellos, trabajar planes de mejoramiento de calidad educativa. Mucho gusto. Y qué bueno que estén acá. Quiero hablar un poco entonces, Robert, de la básica o la primaria. Hay retos muy similares al preescolar, un poco a primera infancia, por el reto tan importante que tiene en el desarrollo socioemocional y cognitivo de los niños. Y como estoy un poco también aquí poniéndome la camiseta de los colegios privados de bajo costos, los retos son altísimos. Hay un panorama importante, y es que el mercado que tenemos de financiamiento de educación para colegios privados en este momento supera los 36 billones en todo el mundo. Tenemos nuestros proyectos funcionando muy fuerte en África subsahariana, en Asia, por supuesto, en India, por supuesto, Pakistán, y estamos llegando en este último año a Latinoamérica y el Caribe. Tenemos muchos retos porque hay mucha información que aún no se conoce sobre estos colegios privados de bajo costo, que a la final son colegios privados de un solo dueño, que empiezan con las uñas, trabajando poco a poco, y que tienen muchos retos para poder cumplir con criterios de calidad, para poder funcionar. De hecho, tenemos colegios que aún no están registrados ante los diferentes ministerios de educación de los países. Eso es un primer reto, poderlos ayudar a que se formalicen de una u otra manera. Y de ahí en adelante empiezan otros retos. Tenemos un colegio en Cartagena, Girasoles, que estamos trabajando con ellos desde este año muy fuertemente, porque como lo sabemos y como lo hemos visto, son colegios que tienen su piso en arena, tienen tablas de pared, tienen techos de zinc, y a partir de ahí es donde tenemos que empezar nosotros, si queremos trabajar con ellos, un proceso de mejora de calidad educativa, desde la infraestructura, los materiales, la preparación de los maestros, por supuesto, y el desarrollo de las habilidades de liderazgo de de los directivos. Así que hay muchos retos, mucho que investigar, mucho que trabajar, y en Opportunity to Finance estamos también con nuestro equipo de investigación tratando de entender, clasificar y determinar qué está sucediendo en la educación básica primaria de los colegios privados de bajo costo dentro de todos estos contextos que tenemos en nuestros países de Latinoamérica.
Gracias, John. Creo que en la próxima ronda sería interesante explorar un poco estos modelos y cuáles son los modelos que en su opinión están trabajando. En África, por ejemplo, hay un proyecto de Bridge Academy que están usando tecnología para estandarizar el currículum y tienen este proceso de lecciones dirigidos, scripted lessons, y hay mucha controversia, ¿no?, sobre este modelo. Sería interesante explorar un poco si la tecnología podría jugar un rol en bajar estos costos, y también el rol del sector público y Ministerio de Educación en este Quality Assurance, si es un asunto. Ahora quiero invitar a José al stage para hablar un poco, para introducirse y hablar un poco sobre educación superior y qué es el terreno ahora mismo. José.
Bueno, buenas tardes para todos. Muchas gracias por la invitación. Es un gusto estar hoy con este gran grupo de panelistas, hablando de algo muy interesante que es la financiación en la educación, un gran reto. Manifestabas que estamos en medio de una crisis, es una crisis que yo creo es previa a una transición, y es una transición de modelos establecidos que mejoraban de una forma marginal previo a la pandemia, y que posteriormente entraron en una crisis existencial, y hoy algunos vuelven y se estabilizan, pero estamos viendo una gran disrupción, y esa gran disrupción viene de alguna forma motivada, en parte, como lo mencionabas, por la tecnología, y esa tecnología está generando unas brechas inmensas entre las poblaciones incluidas, las poblaciones excluidas, los países desarrollados y los países subdesarrollados. Las tecnologías que se están implementando en educación en Europa, en Asia, en Estados Unidos, llegan a nuestros países 5, 10 años después, y lo que estamos viendo realmente es que esa brecha en acceso a conocimiento y a información y en educación está generando realmente un atraso mayor al que teníamos anteriormente, y eso tiene un impacto enorme en la competitividad. Entendiendo ese contexto, yo lo que quiero plantear, y es algo que nos preguntamos todos los días en la Fundación Santo Domingo, me presento, mi nombre es José Aguirre, no almorzado, pero nuestras preguntas diarias están principalmente basados en qué es lo que viene después de esa transición. ¿Cómo podemos, desde los capitales de innovación privados, sobre todo los capitales fundacionales, hacer unos aportes que generen una serie de pilotos y que generen resultados, evidencias que nos permitan entender hacia dónde podemos ir con nuevos modelos? Y ahí quiero hablar de dos elementos claves, y uno es la educación y la transición hacia el empleo, que tiene dos niveles. Uno, la formación para el trabajo, que tiene no solamente la educación media, sino además toda esta educación en habilidades técnicas y tecnológicas que tienen que estar realmente atadas con las necesidades del mercado laboral formal y del mercado laboral informal. Lo que nos ha pasado durante mucho tiempo es una educación poco pertinente que después no se conecta con el mercado laboral. Uno de los grandes esfuerzos que estamos haciendo nosotros es en nuestras comunidades de influencia, principalmente en la costa Caribe, aunque nuestra estrategia de educación tiene alcance nacional en toda la trayectoria educativa. Hemos enfocado grandes esfuerzos en este esquema de transición de la educación a el mercado laboral, que tiene que ver con identificar la pertinencia de la formación, cómo procesos rápidos de formación pueden llegar al mercado laboral. Y ahí hay una serie de experiencias y quiero contar dos temas brevemente y luego Sigrid podrá profundizar, pero uno de los proyectos que hemos hecho con mejores resultados, aunque no en escala, son los programas de pago por resultado y los bonos de impacto social, en donde desde el año 2010, con diferentes aliados, con la cooperación suiza y con el Banco Interamericano de Desarrollo, se crearon unos incentivos para que entidades públicas de orden nacional y local, el DPS en su momento, y los gobiernos de diferentes ciudades y departamentos, pudieran pagar por el resultado, ya no solamente por los programas de formación de gente y medir el número de personas formadas, sino realmente que pagaran por el número de personas formadas, empleadas y mantenidas en su empleo durante hasta 6 meses, con una verificación real de ese resultado. ¿Eso qué ha generado? Ha generado un incentivo para que inversionistas entren en el modelo de bonos de impacto, para que operadores empiecen a entrar a riesgo en los programas y que se logre una efectiva contratación de la gente que se forma. Este es un mecanismo mucho más eficiente que el gasto público tradicional en formación. Sin embargo, al no existir una regulación del todo clara para que las entidades públicas puedan hacer esto, es un mecanismo que no ha logrado la escala. Sin embargo, seguimos pensando que los esquemas de pago por resultados y los bonos de impacto terminan siendo mecanismos para poder hacer dos cosas. Uno, atraer capitales que hoy no están en el mercado de la educación, con incentivos de retorno y de rentabilidad, al mercado laboral y al mercado de la empleabilidad. Y que además estos modelos permiten unos esquemas de vigilancia y trazabilidad, incluso usando blockchain para poder hacer una trazabilidad de los resultados reales que permitan más adelante sacar adelante programas en escala de pago por resultados y de bonos de impacto social. Eso es uno de los programas que venimos desarrollando con varios aliados y que tenemos el reto de, a través de la tecnología y de nuevos marcos regulatorios, llevarlos a escala. El siguiente, que ya no es formación para el trabajo y vínculo laboral, sino es acceso a la educación superior, ha sido uno de los grandes temas que a nosotros nos han motivado en el tiempo ya, a la fundación, a su junta directiva, durante mucho tiempo. La fundación fue uno de los grandes donantes del programa Quiero Estudiar en la Universidad de los Andes, fue uno de los grandes aportantes a diferentes becas de universidades en la costa Caribe, particularmente en la Universidad del Norte, y se han creado varios esquemas de becas en universidades que terminan siendo exitosos. Luego entra el programa de Serpi lo paga de Generación E y empieza realmente desde la financiación pública a existir una posibilidad de financiar estudiantes de gran potencial, pero sin la capacidad de pago en las universidades privadas para poder entrar a obtener esta educación tan necesaria. Yo creo que el debate entre universidades públicas y privadas es un debate absolutamente innecesario, porque gran parte de las universidades privadas son principalmente entidades sin ánimo de lucro, que más que ser privadas son capitales públicos sin ánimo de lucro, y es educación pública en gran parte financiada con recursos del Estado. Lo que está pasando es que le están quitando la financiación pública a las entidades privadas, privando del acceso a esa educación existente de calidad a las personas que no tienen esa capacidad de pago. Pensando en ese reto, montamos el fondo Sí Estudio, que es un fondo hoy en día de 10.000 millones de pesos, en una etapa final de inversión, en donde estamos llegando alrededor de 150 estudiantes alrededor del país, en alianza con 6 universidades en diferentes regiones, donde las universidades invierten en el fondo y tenemos inversionistas de impacto que han puesto una inversión muy importante. La fundación puso un capital paciente de Blended Finance de 4.000 millones de pesos y tenemos 6.000 millones de pesos de inversionistas en esta primera etapa. ¿Qué logra esto? Logra que recursos que antes posiblemente se iban a becas, ahora se están yendo al fondo de inversión en el estudiante, donde el estudiante va a pagar esa beca contra su salario futuro, pero va a tener la misma educación subsidiada que si tuviera una beca. Ese fondo va creciendo y va a poder llegar a un mayor número de estudiantes para que estas personas que eran beneficiarias de Serpi lo paga o de Generación E o de otros programas puedan acceder a una beca de estas características en un fondo que aspiramos pueda realmente llegar a escala. Y en un siguiente capítulo de este fondo, lo que buscamos es armar el mismo esquema de pago contra ingreso para formación para el trabajo directamente vinculado con las necesidades de empleo. Remato diciendo, para poder innovar en la educación es necesario traer capitales novedosos que probablemente no están hoy en día. Motivar a las fundaciones a que inviertan de sus fondos patrimoniales en proyectos de innovación con expectativas de retorno, motivar a que inversionistas privados que quieran, más allá de invertir en proyectos empresariales, inviertan recursos en fondos y en proyectos con rentabilidad en el sector educativo, y ayudar al sector público a encontrar las innovaciones que después puedan escalar en política pública, porque el margen de innovación que tiene el Estado pues termina siendo muy limitado porque los capitales están ya comprometidos o por el riesgo de innovar que tiene, digamos, para los funcionarios públicos unas implicaciones muy difíciles. Esos son como unas ideas generales que quería dejar.
José, fantástico. Bueno, hay tantas puntas ahí que, bueno, vamos a necesitar 3 o 4 rondas más. Pero algunos puntos para pensar para la próxima. Uno es este asunto del dilema de innovador y cómo están pensando las universidades sobre este asunto del innovator's dilemma, que tienen que cambiar su modelo, pero van a cannibalize themselves, ¿no? Canibalizarse. Y el otro es este asunto de habilidades y cuáles son las habilidades relevantes acá en Colombia, en el mundo que está cambiando tan rápido. Es factible que las universidades y facultad se puede mantener el ritmo. Un profesor que está enseñando básico se puede convertirse a un profesor de AI o blockchain, por ejemplo. ¿Y cuál es el rol del sector privado en sacar esta responsabilidad de entrenar sus empleos, por ejemplo? Y también ¿cuál es el rol de las habilidades del XXI siglo? Que esos son habilidades más importantes que las habilidades duros, digamos, de la creatividad, del pensamiento crítico, de la comunicación. ¿Cómo se puede enseñar estas habilidades? ¿Cómo definir las habilidades? ¿Cómo se puede medir las habilidades? Y eso es un plug para un proyecto que hemos hecho aquí en Colombia que se llama Evoke, que fue una respuesta a este asunto. ¿Cómo podemos trabajar con la demanda que hemos visto del sector privado en desarrollar estos tipos de habilidades? Hemos hecho a través de una pedagogía del project-based learning. Que no está solamente aprendiendo sobre resolver problemas, pero están pensando en problemas en su comunidad, por ejemplo. Y la otra cosa sobre este asunto del rol del sector público y en cómo se puede apalancar todas las innovaciones en el ecosistema para llevar a transformar educación superior. Y al final, este asunto de los bonos del impacto social. Y quiero invitar a Sigrid al stage. Y Sigrid, si podría introducirse, pero también en palabras muy sencillas, ¿qué son estos instrumentos? ¿Cómo funcionan? ¿Quién son los actores en este esquema?
Bueno, buenas tardes para todos. Soy Sigrid Holler, socia en Instiglio. Y bueno, les cuento un poquito qué hacemos en Instiglio. Somos una organización con la misión de incrementar el impacto, empoderar actores del sector público, del sector privado, del sector social, a generar un mayor impacto. Trabajamos principalmente con gobiernos, pero también con fundaciones, con banca multilateral, con donantes, en América Latina y principalmente también en África, a través de nuestra oficina principal, que es en Bogotá. De hecho, Instiglio empezó aquí en Medellín hace más de 10 años, hace 11 años, y ahora estamos en Bogotá con oficinas también en Nairobi y en Rabat. Y no pensaba hablar tanto de bonos de impacto social, entonces primero empiezo con, sí, porque digamos, es un instrumento súper interesante, conversábamos con José, digamos, todo el potencial que tienen, pero digamos, muchos desafíos también. Entonces, primero tal vez me gustaría como dar un paso atrás y pensando en la situación actual, ¿sí? Tú mismo lo comentabas, Bob, digamos, una situación de crisis en muchos sentidos, pero una crisis importante sobre hacia dónde va el mundo, ¿sí? Y el riesgo en el que están los trabajos. Y en ese momento más de 2.000 millones de empleos, que son la mitad de los empleos que existen actualmente, están en riesgo de desaparecer, ¿sí? Por la tecnología, AI, etcétera. Y sabemos que además las habilidades que se van a demandar cada vez más en el futuro son las más elevadas, ¿sí? Como los skills más elevados. Exacto, digamos, digamos, hay un alto riesgo que las habilidades medias o bajas o los empleos que dependen de ese tipo de habilidades vayan a desaparecer, se vuelvan obsoletos, ¿sí? Entonces eso es una perspectiva muy, muy compleja y a la vez esto viene acompañado de una situación, como comentaba Bob, muy difícil, donde hay una crisis educativa, ¿sí? Donde, como él comentaba, en países de renta media y baja, solamente la mitad de los estudiantes en educación primaria tienen las habilidades básicas, ¿sí? Y solamente un cuarto de los estudiantes en secundaria tienen habilidades básicas. Entonces hay una gran desconexión entre hacia dónde va el mundo y dónde estamos actualmente, y además las tendencias a través, pues digamos, a partir del COVID, y la migración, los conflictos, el clima, solamente está generando que ese problema sea más complejo. ¿Sí? La tendencia actual es que en el 2030, si todo se mantiene como está, solamente 1 de cada 10 estudiantes en países de renta baja va a tener las habilidades básicas requeridas a nivel secundaria. Entonces es un problema muy complejo. Y además algo, digamos, y hablando de financiamiento, ¿qué estamos viendo a nivel de financiamiento? Y es que en los últimos 10 años se ha duplicado la cantidad de recursos que van al sector educativo. Entonces, a pesar de que los recursos se han duplicado, no se están traduciendo en mejores habilidades y en mejores aprendizajes para la población. Por ejemplo, sabemos que se han evaluado muchos programas, ¿sí? Entonces de 70 programas, esos son datos del Banco Mundial, 70 programas implementados en 10 países, la mitad no tuvo ningún impacto, ¿sí? O que, por ejemplo, a pesar de que en los últimos 10 años se ha, mejor dicho, que se ha duplicado, se ha incrementado en 10%, el financiamiento per cápita de estudiantes, los logros de aprendizaje solo se han incrementado en menos de 1%, 0.8%. ¿Sí? Entonces, acá hay una gran desconexión. Entonces, de acuerdo, se requieren más recursos para el sector educativo, definitivamente hay grandes brechas, pero también hay que pensar esos nuevos recursos o los recursos existentes, cómo hacemos que sí se traduzcan en los resultados que uno busca, porque uno no busca más financiamiento en educación por el financiamiento, sino para mover la aguja en logros de aprendizaje. ¿Sí? Entonces, quería hablar un poco de también ese gran problema y las oportunidades que existen también, ¿sí? Con la gran innovación que se da también, alianzas público-privadas, innovadores, EdTech, ¿no? Y también otras oportunidades grandes, por ejemplo, filantropía. ¿Sí? La filantropía se está transformando, pasaron de ser actores importantes, pero ahora uno ve unas fundaciones que tienen unos recursos comparables con, ¿sí? Como los grandes donantes internacionales. Entonces hay también muchas oportunidades por ese lado. Sí.
Gracias. No, es un buen segue al próximo ronda de preguntas. Y había en la última sesión descripción del hay muchas flores, pero no hay un jardín. Y cómo podemos pensar en acelerar las innovaciones y la colaboración para tener un mejor impacto. Y quiero hablar un poco sobre esas posibilidades, ¿no? Y las innovaciones que vemos en todos los niveles del sector y cuál es el rol de los socios y cómo se puede mejorar la comunicación para tener un impacto más grande. Cristina, no sé si tienes algunas ideas para compartir.
Las tengo. Bueno, yo voy a contestar esa pregunta que haces también en lógica de una que me hiciste cuando terminé la intervención, y es qué tipo de inversión y financiación se necesita Y yo creo que hay, primero, una inversión básica en lo que es el acceso a la educación independiente del nivel del que estemos hablando. José ahorita hablaba que pues él se enfocó como en el reto de la transición entre la educación superior y en la empleabilidad, pero resulta que tenemos una desconexión muy grande en cada una de las etapas de la trayectoria educativa. Entonces, en cualquiera que nos paremos tenemos ese mismo reto de discontinuidad y discontinuidad en los mecanismos de financiación. Entonces, primero, garantizar unas condiciones básicas de acceso. En primera infancia, pues tenemos el reto además que tenemos una mirada de atención integral que se pierde una vez los niños pasan a la educación básica y por supuesto se va perdiendo mucho más adelante en la superior. Cuando hablabas también de las necesidades de las habilidades siglo XXI, tenemos que pensar en trayectoria, tenemos que pensar en continuo, porque esas brechas que se nos van generando son pérdidas de aprendizaje que al final nos cuestan mucho más a la sociedad. En términos entonces de dónde hay que hacer un esfuerzo adicional en la financiación, considero que tiene que ver ya con garantizamos las condiciones básicas, el acceso básico con una calidad digna, que va a depender mucho pues también de la trayectoria y del país o en la región en la que estemos, pero ¿dónde entra la financiación adicional? En temas, por ejemplo, que son súper importantes como la investigación, la evaluación y la generación de la evidencia para que nos demos cuenta si efectivamente las cosas que estamos haciendo están funcionando, para que podamos tener un capital, como José lo está diciendo, capitales que son invertidos en pilotear nuevas experiencias, en capital que puede ir a riesgo con puesta en marcha de diferentes estrategias que nos permitan saber por dónde está la respuesta realmente para cerrar las brechas de inequidad que tenemos a nivel educativo. Entonces yo creo que en ese sentido la financiación en un ecosistema educativo, la financiación tiene que venir de múltiples actores y el apoyo no solo es económico, necesitamos incluir la academia, necesitamos incluir la cooperación internacional, los gobiernos locales, los gobiernos nacionales, el sector privado, las empresas y todos ellos tienen y tenemos, me incluyo, tenemos una corresponsabilidad en la financiación y en el mejoramiento de la calidad educativa a lo largo de las trayectorias. No sé si te mezclé muchas de las cosas que has ido tocando, pero…
Esa es una discusión mezclada, está bien, perfecto. No, este asunto de la calidad, ¿y qué es la calidad? ¿Cómo podemos definir la calidad? ¿Cuál es la relación entre el costo de educación y la calidad? ¿Y cómo pensamos en asuntos como la cultura de un sistema, de una escuela? Cosas como contabilidad para resultados, cosas como cuáles son los incentivos que debemos pensar para los docentes. No sé si puede…
Muy bien,
sí.
Listo, Robert. Volviendo un poquito al contexto de los colegios privados de bajo costo que a veces están en lugares donde el Estado no llega y las familias en esos sectores tienen dos opciones: o no lo envío porque no hay a dónde enviarlo y dónde educarlo, o hago un esfuerzo para enviarlo al colegio privado de bajo costo. Ahí veo dos cosas o tres cosas en términos de la calidad, lo que nosotros entendemos como lo trabajamos en EduFinance. Primero, buscar este financiamiento, que lo que nosotros estamos haciendo en los diferentes países es trabajar con entidades financieras que puedan adaptar sus portafolios al contexto educativo, ¿okay? A los tiempos de pago, a los contextos de cada uno de los lugares. Y nosotros lo que hacemos en EduFinance es entrenar, trabajar con las entidades financieras, diseñar productos específicos para esas necesidades. Uno, porque a la final tenemos que resolver eso que tú decías frente al tema de lo básico, y es que en estos colegios privados de muy bajo costo no tienen lo básico. Cuando empezamos a trabajar eso con las entidades financieras y los colegios empiezan a invertir un poco más en la capacidad que ellos tienen para tener un salón más, una sala, unos recursos, incluso hay lugares donde las entidades financieras con las que nosotros trabajamos también aportan ciertos créditos para los papás, para que los papás puedan pagar una educación mucho mejor, de más calidad percibida para ellos. Entonces, por un lado, las entidades financieras. Por otro lado, estamos trabajando muy fuerte en lo que todos estamos de acuerdo, y es procesos de formación y capacitación que no son negociables, por supuesto con maestros, pero como les decía hace unos minutos, para nosotros es vital que estos colegios privados de bajo costo tengan una figura de liderazgo con muchas más habilidades que le permitan tener colegios más sostenibles. A la final, un colegio privado es una empresa privada, es un negocio, necesita sostenibilidad. Tenemos colegios donde el director del colegio es el que barre, es el que cocina, es el que sirve los almuerzos, es el que da las clases y tiene un profesor más, es el que entrega a los niños a los papás, es el que hace todo y no puede crecer. Aliarnos con entidades financieras que ajusten sus portafolios para responder a las necesidades de estos colegios es un reto. Otro tema tiene que ver con involucrar al sector público. Tiene sus complejidades, tiene sus bemoles allí al ser, obviamente, estar hablando de colegios privados de bajo costo en regiones donde son apartadas y es difícil llegar a estos apoyos. Conocemos modelos de hace muchos años donde muchas veces el Estado aporta con parte del salario de los profesores o da algunos grants específicos para meter a infraestructura. Sin embargo, en términos de calidad educativa, nosotros también pensamos y creemos desde EduFinance que es clave involucrar procesos de acompañamiento en la mejora. Si hay algo difícil para todos nosotros es cambiar y a la final mejorar es cambiar de un estado A a un estado B, de un estado B a un estado C, como lo queramos ver. Nosotros tenemos 3 elementos centrales desde EduFinance y que lo hemos visto en los diferentes colegios donde estamos en los 12 países donde tenemos presencia, y uno es el tema de cultura escolar. Cultura escolar sabemos que es un eje transversal para los colegios, donde implica padres de familia, el involucramiento de padres de familia, y ahí es un tema donde tenemos que trabajar muy fuerte desde todos los actores, porque si hay un stakeholder, si hay alguien dentro de la comunidad escolar que necesita apoyo en cambiar, son los padres de familia. 2, pues los maestros y obviamente los directivos. Cultura escolar es un elemento esencial. Otro elemento esencial donde estamos trabajando muy fuerte es el tema de gestión administrativa escolar. Es increíble cómo cuando trabajamos con los directores de los colegios privados de bajo costo, ellos no saben sacar un presupuesto básico, no tienen esas habilidades, y poder involucrar a instituciones financieras que nos apoyen en la formación a esos directivos que aprendan a sacar un balance básico, a poder alocar recursos de manera muy sencilla que ellos no lo saben hacer. Muchos de esos tienen dificultades en operaciones matemáticas básicas y están liderando un colegio y tienen unos presupuestos y tienen unos dineros que le entregan de la recolección de matrículas de sus padres de familia. Poder empezar a hablar con ellos sobre temas de marketing educativo. ¿Cómo puedo yo poder comunicar el valor, ese valor que puede ofrecer mi colegio privado, bien sea de mediano o bajo costo, en la comunidad donde estoy? Y el tema de los procesos de enseñanza-aprendizaje, que conecto muy bien, y uno de los grandes retos es, para hablar de aseguramiento de calidad educativa, nosotros miramos mucho los outcomes de aprendizaje. A la final todo esto se tiene que traducir en mejores experiencias de aprendizaje y mejores aprendizajes para los estudiantes, aparte de todo lo que tiene que ver con calidad educativa. Y a la final, lo que queremos nosotros es que hayan más niños en mejores colegios. Eso es lo que nosotros estamos buscando, eso es un reto grandísimo. Y poder hablar de mejores aprendizajes o mejores experiencias de aprendizaje, por supuesto que cruza el currículo, por supuesto que cruza de una u otra manera el tema de evaluación, instrumentos de evaluación, y conecto con lo último que me has preguntado, Robert, es ¿cuál es el rol de la tecnología? Cuando hablamos de tecnología, por supuesto, estamos hablando también en colegios privados de bajo costo que están en lugares donde no hay conectividad. ¿Qué hacemos nosotros? Nosotros en los procesos de formación que generamos y acompañamiento con los colegios, entregamos dispositivos que tienen obviamente los contenidos descargados para que lo trabajen offline, que no tengan la necesidad de estar conectados en línea para trabajar estos procesos. Eso es un elemento clave para nosotros, pero a la final nosotros sabemos que garantizar estos procesos de aprendizaje y de mejora tienen que ser in situ. Todo lo que trabajamos es en persona, acompañando de la mano a los colegios en el desarrollo de un plan de mejora institucional con base en las metas que ellos se ponen para acompañarlos a que cumplan sus requerimientos y por supuesto, sus metas individuales de cada colegio.
No, gracias, John. No, eso es la pregunta fundamental que empezamos nuestra estrategia en el Banco Mundial como una guía para las inversiones del EdTech, es Ask Why. ¿Por qué? ¿Por qué estamos invirtiendo en esta tecnología? ¿Cuál es el cambio que queremos ver en la aula? Y esto implica lo que el chico estaba hablando esta mañana sobre un cambio y transformación del rol de educación, que no solo es en la entrega de información, es inspirar a los estudiantes para pensar en desafíos grandes globales y tomar acción para cambiar sus comunidades. Y en esta línea creo que tiene que pensar en una manera distinta sobre las capacidades de los profesores y su capacidad. Si tiene que tener una aula para hacer un adaptive learning software para aumentar el nivel de conocimiento de un chico, el profesor tiene que tener otro rol de inspirar, de apoyar, de usar datos, etc. José, sobre este asunto de socios y tecnología e innovación, son mundos muy distintos, ¿no? El mundo del sector público, el mundo del sector privado, muchas veces no hablan el mismo lenguaje, es muy difícil unir estas culturas. Y más que lo que estaba hablando sobre innovaciones en financiamiento para los niños, el uso de blockchain, ¿podría ver un tiempo en lo que estamos pagando a los estudiantes para aprender y para producir resultados y, no sé, resultados y productos y servicios para la sociedad?
Me gusta esa aproximación y la respondo desde frustraciones y soluciones. Frustración. Yo siento que la conversación del sector educativo va sustancialmente más lento que la transición del mercado laboral, que la evolución tecnológica, que la rapidez de crecimiento de los mercados desarrollados versus los países en desarrollo. Entonces hay un reto grande en cómo proyectamos esos cambios en el sector en el largo plazo, no pensando en los 2, 3 próximos años, sino en una evolución mucho más exponencial. Frustraciones. Seguimos hablando muchas veces de ladrillos y colegios en lugares apartados, cuando no estamos realmente haciendo un énfasis grande en la conectividad en el sector educativo. Aspira uno a ver una alianza muy cercana entre el Ministerio de las TIC y el Ministerio de Educación con un plan de conectividad nacional que realmente reduzca esa brecha que existe en la conectividad en las escuelas, no solamente rurales, sino en capitales como Quibdó, donde se va al internet cada 8 días. Estamos hablando de una desconexión en lugares donde deberíamos estar totalmente conectados. Frustraciones en donde esa distancia entre lo público y lo privado lleva a que la educación sea totalmente capturada por las secretarías de educación, asignados los operadores de primera infancia y de media y básica a sus amigos políticos, y no existe realmente una interacción para tener complementariedad en inversión, en innovación en esos lugares. En mi experiencia, en lugares donde hay comunidades educativas con unos planes de mejoramiento, con articulación entre fundaciones, empresa y gobierno, se crean realmente modelos, probablemente todavía no en escala, pero donde hay soluciones mucho más innovadoras que en donde hay una separación entre lo público y lo privado, o en donde lo privado ni siquiera llega. Tercera frustración que tengo yo, ¿cuál es? Que las fundaciones familiares, empresariales y en general las fundaciones en el país o las empresas trabajan principalmente en sus zonas de influencia y tenemos a ciertas regiones del país desconectadas de la oferta, solamente con la oferta pública y oferta escasa que llega a esas regiones. Estamos aumentando esa brecha. Y cuarto, diría, un poco en la línea que planteas de cómo debe ser esa evolución, cuando veo, y voy a hablar un poco desde lo que la Fundación hace en nuestras comunidades de vivienda, que lo llamamos megabarrios. Estamos construyendo 2 megabarrios de escala de ciudad en Barranquilla y Cartagena, y tenemos un plan de construir alrededor de 30 colegios en los próximos 15 años. Cuando uno ve 30 colegios con inversiones de 20.000 millones de pesos y hace el cálculo de cuánto se va a ir en esa infraestructura más CDIs y demás, yo sí me pregunto si la educación del futuro va a seguir siendo en el mismo modelo en donde invertimos en estas grandes infraestructuras en ladrillos y seguimos con el mismo modelo educativo que hoy tenemos. Puede ser que hoy lo que tengamos funcione y sea vigente, pero creo que dista de lo que deberíamos estar pensando se haga en el futuro. Y los esquemas de educación en donde posiblemente, y ahí hay una experiencia muy interesante de unos colegios, no voy a promocionar ninguna entidad privada en particular, pero en donde los estudiantes que tenían mayor éxito eran contratados, o mejores resultados, eran contratados por el colegio como tutores para el resto de los alumnos y generaban un incentivo de excelencia académica en donde el alumno podía generar un ingreso para ayudar al resto de los alumnos a tener mejor desempeño académico. Ese experimento ha sido exitoso en esa red específica de entidades y son modelos en donde es probable que uno pueda cambiar los incentivos en la educación en gran medida. Gran parte de una evolución poco acelerada tiene que ver con un marco de incentivos que probablemente no estamos evaluando constantemente. Estamos evaluando los modelos, estamos evaluando ciertos temas, pero hay unos elementos que tienen que ver con lo que decía Sigrid. El mercado laboral está cambiando radicalmente, la inteligencia artificial, ya no sé si vieron, inauguraron el primer McDonald's sin gente. Pues eso es una evidencia de lo que va a pasar en el futuro y vamos a tener unos índices de desempleo globales muy altos. Los empleos de mayor nivel de conocimiento van a ser muy valorados y los de habilidades medias o habilidades, digamos, muy prácticas van a terminar siendo automatizados. ¿Y qué tanto nos estamos preparando para una economía y para una dinámica de mercado de esas características desde el sector educativo? Yo creo que poco.
Sí, no, humanos son costosos y hay un debate en nuestra institución sobre el futuro de educación en los que los más bajos socioeconómicos van a aprender a través de tecnología y los más altos van a tener un profesor muy bien entrenado, muy inspiradora, etc. Por eso que eso es un cambio.
Se quedan sin empleo los profesores.
Sí, igual. Y hay una universidad en África del Sur que es muy interesante, en lo que los estudiantes hacen todo el trabajo, que hacen la cocina, la comida, limpian en la escuela y todo eso. Es un modelo interesante. Tenemos algunos minutos, tenemos un comentario de Sigrid, pero quieren que preparan algunas preguntas y algunos comentarios finales. Sigrid.
Sí, bueno, entonces un poco como construyendo sobre lo que ya se ha venido diciendo y un poco lo que comentaba anteriormente, ¿cierto? Cómo los sistemas educativos no están preparados para traducirse, ¿no? O traducir los recursos en los resultados que se buscan por muchos motivos, ¿sí? Digamos, porque no se cuenta con los recursos, las capacidades, la motivación, el apoyo, etcétera. Sí, hay como muchos motivos. Pero también creo que es interesante pensar cómo apalancar alianzas para llevar a los sistemas educativos a que estén más preparados y más orientados en resultados, ¿sí? Que sean diferentes actores que estén como con mayor capacidad. Un ejemplo que me parece muy interesante es el Global Partnership for Education, GPE, que es el fondo más grande que financia educación en países de renta baja, ¿sí? Ese es un fondo del banco, exacto, que está en el Banco Mundial. Y este fondo que existe hace más de 20 años, que da principalmente donaciones a países, que son coaliciones de gobiernos, con sociedad civil, sector privado, y algo que empezaron a observar, y Bob me corrige, pero digamos conversando, ¿no? con los colegas, no estaban realmente, a pesar de los billones de dólares que estaban invirtiendo, moviendo la aguja, ¿sí? No estaban viendo realmente cambios básicos en los sistemas educativos. Entonces, a partir del 2014, más o menos hace 10 años, empezaron a pensar en mecanismos innovadores para financiar a los países y cambiaron la lógica de la donación. Hay una porción que es fija, que es la donación tradicional, para los países y ahora tienen un tramo que es variable, que es, digamos, condicionado a los resultados que se van logrando en el país. ¿Esto qué ha generado? Ha generado que sí se den cambios mucho más profundos en los sistemas educativos y también muy interesante, está ayudando a el fundraising, a la cantidad de recursos que pueden apalancar de donantes y de filántropos para estas donaciones, ¿sí? Actualmente más o menos el 75% de los recursos se pagan contra resultados y han apalancado más de 8.5 billones de dólares, bueno, en inglés, o sea, 8.000 millones, de donantes, ¿no? Y cada vez más de filántropos. Entonces es algo realmente muy interesante. Otro caso un poco más cercano a Colombia es el caso de Perú, donde hemos trabajado con el Ministerio de Educación y algo muy interesante que pasó hace muchos años ya es que en, digamos, Hacienda, luego del ejercicio de distribución del presupuesto público, se dio cuenta que había un recurso no asignado, ¿sí? Un recurso sobrante. Y decidieron innovar, dijeron, ¿por qué no distribuimos este recurso extra, que es adicional a lo que ya se asignaba a educación, salud, todos los sectores, al Ministerio de Educación para que se desembolse a el símil de las secretarías de educación por resultados, ¿sí? ¿Qué pasó con este programa? Se ha mantenido por más de 10 años, a pesar de todos los cambios en Perú de presidentes, ministros, viceministros, directores, sí, se ha mantenido en el tiempo, se han incrementado los recursos que van a ese tipo de lógicas porque ha comprobado ser, tanto para el Ministerio de Educación como para Hacienda, el programa más costo efectivo del ministerio, ¿sí? Que ha generado unos cambios grandes y entonces anualmente ese recurso extra adicional se sigue destinando al sector educativo. Lo que ha venido pasando es que se ha innovado también, ya no solamente usan incentivos a las secretarías de educación, sino también, por ejemplo, a universidades públicas, un poco lo que comentaba José, ¿no? Cómo incrementar el acceso y la calidad de educación superior, también se está dando incentivos para la calidad de las universidades públicas, y se está pensando en innovar en cómo dar incentivos también a ONGs, por ejemplo, internacionales que pueden trabajar en la ruralidad, ¿sí? Cómo financiarlos con presupuesto público, pero con este incentivo para que se estén alineados con los resultados que se buscan en el ministerio. Y además se ha generado un equipo dentro del ministerio especializado en pago por resultados. Entonces todo esto, digamos, porque hay evidencia y hay un entendimiento tanto del sector como de Hacienda de que esto sí funciona. Hay entonces, sí, digamos, un willingness, ¿no? De seguir apalancando y pensando en alianzas. Algo que estamos viendo también es cómo en otros países, por ejemplo, fundaciones buscan replicar esta lógica en algunos países, por ejemplo, de África, donde es más complejo y lo que buscan es, bueno, piloteemos. Tenemos recursos que podemos usar a riesgo, como lo decía Cristina, lo decía José. ¿Sí? ¿Por qué no traemos esta lógica con un recurso privado inicialmente para dar incentivos a las secretarías y generemos evidencia de que si esto sí funciona o no y cómo podemos luego, digamos, darle una herramienta nueva al sector público, ¿sí? Y bueno, y un poco también en un tema relacionado con lo que comentaba José, sobre esa desconexión también que existe entre la contratación pública y el privado. Vemos ahora que existen muchos innovadores y muchas organizaciones muy buenas con unos súper resultados, en muchos casos financiadas por inversionistas de impacto, ¿sí? Que tienen acceso a un recurso súper sofisticado y son organizaciones probadas, pero que les queda muy difícil escalar, porque no tienen acceso a contratación pública, donde están los recursos más grandes, o a los grandes donantes como USAID, ¿sí? Que son organizaciones muy burocráticas, que más que fijarse muchas veces en las fortalezas programáticas, se fijan en los títulos, ¿sí? Digamos, como temas más administrativos, la capacidad financiera, administrativa, experiencia previa trabajando con la entidad, ¿sí? Y además que de ganar, digamos, un contrato muchas veces durante la implementación, se encuentran que tienen una camisa de fuerza en contratación pública, donde no pueden adaptarse y ser flexibles y muchas veces tienen que cumplir con un contrato que no funciona, pero no tienen como esa flexibilidad de innovar y mejorarse. Entonces, ese tipo de contratos de pago por resultados, ya sean bonos de impacto social, pero hay muchos otros, digamos, a escala, lo que buscan es eso. Y lo hemos visto en Colombia, por ejemplo, ¿no? Donde un implementador pequeño de la costa, trabajando con población vulnerable, como luego de varios años tiene acceso a un contrato mucho más grande, ya no en un programa de 300 empleos, sino de más de 20.000 empleos en la alcaldía de Bogotá, porque tiene esa de pago por resultados también, porque ya mejoró, ¿sí? Ya tiene unas capacidades, se puede presentar y competir con cajas de compensación,
¿sí? Entonces abre oportunidades y nuevas alianzas que antes no existían.
Gracias, Sigrid. ¿Tenemos 2 minutos para preguntas de la audiencia? ¿O no? Bueno, sí. Bueno, vamos a tomar un par y luego vamos a terminar. Sí, señor. No, hay alguien aquí para empezar. Es más cercana. Sí.
Muchas gracias a todos por todo lo que han compartido hoy. Yo no sé si yo me distraje o si no vi la parte de las soluciones, porque nos dividiste como una parte de tus respuestas en frustraciones y soluciones. Escuché un caso de solución de un esquema innovador, pero no estoy segura de haber escuchado más soluciones.
Y 2 preguntas más, pues vamos a colectar algunas. O a lo mejor una más. Y mientras estamos ahí, sí, en el Banco Mundial tenemos 3/4 de nuestro portafolio en inversiones por resultados, pero solo tenemos un proyecto un bono del impacto social. Y quiero conocer por qué. Por eso quiero hablar más con ustedes sobre este asunto. Sí.
Bueno, buenas tardes. Yo soy David Correa, trabajo en una fundación acá en la ciudad de Medellín y aprovechando pues su experticia, quisiera conocer un poco, tener lucidez para ciertas cosas al trabajar con organizaciones burocráticas muy grandes. ¿Cómo lograr para una fundación como la mía, por ejemplo, donde trabajo, cómo lograr articularse con lo que quieren organizaciones supranacionales desde nivel Colombia a lo que quiere de pronto el headquarter en Nueva York podría ser? Porque los proyectos se fondean desde el exterior, pero las métricas las construye es la gente de la organización a nivel Colombia. Y cuando muchas veces uno recibe visitas de estas personas que vienen desde el headquarter de la organización, se da uno cuenta que las expectativas frente a la realidad que ellos tienen del programa o del proceso acá en Colombia es distinto a lo que la gente que trabaja para ellos acá en Colombia les ha informado o les ha prometido. Entonces, ¿cuál es la justa medida para no perder quizás ese apoyo de una organización supranacional acá en Colombia, pero tampoco generar esas falsas expectativas?
Ok, más sobre soluciones y frustraciones. Cristina.
Yo te voy a contestar muy rápido. Cuando uno se expone ante la cooperación internacional, estas organizaciones, creo que tienes que, para que entiendan muy bien, justificar con datos la problemática y la necesidad que estás queriendo resolver, explicar excesivamente bien y en detalle la solución que estás poniendo en un lenguaje. A veces somos muy técnicos y a veces la cooperación internacional no requiere ese lenguaje tan técnico, sino ser concreto. Y tercero, medir y poder dar evidencia, digamos, de unos indicadores muy puntuales que tú quieras o ya has logrado mover o quieras mover. Yo me enfocaría en esas 3 cosas y la verdad empiezas a coger mucho más fuerza en las propuestas.
Y en 10 segundos su llamada de acción para la audiencia.
La desconexión, yo pienso que no fue tan explícito, pero la desconexión más grande es en los multiactores. Si no hablamos en el mismo lenguaje desde las soluciones, va a ser muy difícil cambiar indicadores y lograr transformaciones reales.
Soluciones. Entonces, un ejemplo. Aquí está Olguita, la secretaria de Educación de Cartagena, al lado de Patricia, la directora de la Fundación Pies Descalzos. El trabajo con la Fundación Santo Domingo y con empresarios por la educación, por ejemplo, en Cartagena, teniendo la información del estado del arte de la educación, con todos los retos que tiene la educación en Cartagena, pero en una alianza público-privada, fundacional, con la alcaldía, trabajando de la mano, hemos logrado en los últimos 3 años y medio grandes resultados y avances importantes en las diferentes zonas donde estamos trabajando juntos. Distinto a lo que nos pasa en otras regiones, donde esa interacción entre lo público, lo privado y lo fundacional no se da. Solución: creemos comunidades educativas en región que atiendan las necesidades particulares de esos territorios, que tengan unos actores multisectoriales, que tengan una agenda educativa de mediano y largo plazo para innovar en esos territorios. Esa es una. La segunda, desde el sector educativo, y digo
Solo hay dos.
Bueno,
Solo hay dos
la
hoy.
segunda. Enfatizo, yo creo que hay que hacer una incidencia y una presión muy alta al gobierno para que los planes de conectividad para la educación efectivamente se den. Colombia tiene un rezago enorme en conectividad educativa y eso son planes de inversión que en el plan de desarrollo quedaron a grandes rasgos, pero desde el sector educativo hay que hacer una gran incidencia para garantizar que esas inversiones efectivamente se dan.
Gracias, José. 10 segundos para la llamada.
Listo. Esta mañana en el panel de inicio de la jornada hablaron de que hay poca confianza en la educación, en el sector educativo. Entonces, una reflexión y un llamado a la acción es recuperar esa confianza desde el sector privado, desde los colegios privados de bajo costo en nuestro contexto, volver a unir esa confianza en términos de los padres de familia. Los padres de familia no le crean a las instituciones financieras, les tienen miedo a las instituciones financieras y la palabra crédito y a la palabra apalancamiento allí con las instituciones financieras. Eso es otro. Y tres, importante es que las instituciones privadas están asociadas. Hay muchas asociaciones de colegios privados, pero muchas veces los colegios privados de bajo costo no pueden entrar allí. Hay un tema allí profundo, pero lo que estamos haciendo nosotros es haciendo clústeres de colaboración de esos colegios que están un poco apartados de esas organizaciones nacionales para que puedan trabajar.
Un minuto. Ok. Pilotos, comprobar, buenísimo, y se tiene que seguir haciendo, digamos, así pensando en alianzas, ¿no? Digamos, el sector privado con el sector público, pero el llamado a acciones, también pensar en cómo pueden ayudar a cambiar las reglas de juego. ¿Sí? No quedarse en el nivel de pilotos y demostraciones, sino cómo actores que tienen influencia o pueden tener influencia mueven el sistema para cambiar las reglas de juego.
Bueno, gracias a todos. Una discusión muy rica. Un aplauso.
So, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon and welcome to this panel on healthier learning environments. Thank you very much for choosing to spend the next hour with us. My name is Dominic Register. I'm the Education Director at Salzburg Global Seminar, which is a non-profit based in Salzburg in Austria. One of my favorite quotes about education that I've ever heard is by the German philosopher Hannah Arendt. And she talks about education being the point at which you decide if you love the world enough to take responsibility for it. And I think what we're seeing at the moment is a really interesting, gentle recalibration of that phrase or that idea. And that you also need to be, if you work in education, whether as a school leader or a teacher or a policymaker or an academic, you also need to be able to love yourself and care enough for yourself to be able to do your job in this changing environment. I think that's been a massive shift in public understanding about the purpose of education and the role and well-being of all educators as we move into more of a post-pandemic phrase. I think, during the pandemic, where at one point in 2020, almost 85% of the world's school children were out of school and schools were closed, there was this great opportunity for a much more contemplative reflection on the purpose of education and on how education environments are conducted, on the purpose of education and what we do with the time that we have with children when they're in formal schooling or in higher education. And what we're starting to see now is the development of some really exciting new policies and practice to try and cement and hardwire this renewed focus on well-being and self-care. The idea that you won't learn well if you don't feel good about yourself, and that teachers can't help students to learn well if they don't feel good about themselves, and head teachers can't lead their schools if they don't feel good about themselves, and it trickles up into higher education contexts, into policy-making environments. And it's putting us in a really interesting global moment where there is a much greater legitimacy to focus on well-being. And this is very much what we're going to be talking about this afternoon. We have an absolutely fantastic panel of NGO leaders, of academics, of people working very closely with government, people working with networks of schools who have a vast array of experience to share with you all on the subject of healthier learning environments and well-being. So the way we're going to manage our time is in a second, each of them is going to introduce themselves and say a little bit about their career and about their work and a specific angle of healthier learning environments and well-being that they've focused on that brings them onto this panel. And that will take, I think, about the first half of our time together. We'll then have a bit of a discussion between the five of us, and we'll then open it up for questions from the audience. So there'll be time for you all to offer your questions. So that's going to be our structure for the next hour or so. So it gives me enormous pleasure, first of all, to welcome Daniela Labra to the stage. Daniela is the co-founder of a remarkable NGO in Mexico called Atentamente. And Daniela is going to talk a bit about her career and her work, and then some of the things that Atentamente are focused on.
Oh, I have one. Yeah. Buenas tardes. Good afternoon, everyone. So thank you for being here with us right now. So I wanted to share about this idea of well-being. So what we do in Mexico and what we've done with Atentamente. We're a non-for-profit, and we work in social emotional learning and public education. But the whole framework is well-being. Like just as Dominique said, well-being as a goal of education, not as something that might happen on the side because you learned good maths and good literacy, and then maybe you knew how to be well in a world that is volatile, that is complex, that is unpredictable, that is hard and difficult, how to be well. We don't need a pandemic to know that there are a lot of challenges to our life, personally, every time, coming up, and of course, to the world. So how can we better be in that world? And well-being here is more emotional well-being. Well-being has many aspects, but how can you be well in the face of challenges and ups and downs of life, which will for sure happen? So the goal is well-being, And well-being is a skill. So that's how we come to well-being. Well-being is not something that you have or you don't. It's something that you can actually nurture as a skill, as any other skill. You can make an effort to develop it. So that's why we work in social emotional learning, because developing the competencies of knowing yourself, how you feel, how you think, your biases, etc., being able to regulate yourself, work with your emotions, work with your attention when you're distracted, to be able to actually really think about the way you think about yourself, the world, others, and be able to relate with others with a caring, empathetic stance. So all of that, we know, helps people experience well-being and generate well-being around them. So we know in education, we have had the privilege to work in the public Mexican system, and we have the privilege to work nationwide to develop the curriculum for social emotional learning in Mexico. And then to work throughout from kindergarten to middle school. That in Mexico, that would be until before college, right? So teach all of that. But one thing that we focused on is teachers, the educators themselves. And that is something that for us, this is something I'd like you to take with you today. If we want to show children and young people how to be well, how to relate to others in more harmonious, constructive ways, how to take care of themselves and the planet, etc., we need teachers who can model that, teachers who can embody that, and be that person for those children. And that classroom and that school can be like a little model of that society we want to cultivate. So we have to help teachers, because we're asking teachers to come into the room with 25, in our countries, or 30, 40, 50 children, and you have to be attentive to them, you have to be caring, you have to be kind, you have to have an even kneel, not get affected, and it's a lot to ask. It's nearly it sounds like superhuman, but it's possible, and we need it. So what we have done is focused in Mexico in training teachers to develop their own social emotional competency. We have a program, it's called Educating for Wellbeing, and we have been able to take this program, which is evidence-based, is systemic, take it to scale and sustainable, and we work with the teachers. So what we do is help them with a professional training. We've been doing this for around 14,000 teachers in preschool, around 200,000 teachers throughout the education system. And we train them, and then we give them a curriculum, and then they can work in the classroom with the children. And mainly, it's about changing the relationship in the classroom, making these classrooms that are caring, that are supportive, that are protective. And that is what allows the children to develop their own social emotional skills and academic skills. Because when you are well, there's a lot of evidence that having these skills helps you in your academic outcomes and life outcomes. And finally, what we also do is help the teachers in our programs help to build systemic change. So it cannot be just the burden of a teacher. We cannot ask just the teacher to change the school culture. So we have to work with the principals, we have to work with all, those above the principals and all vertically and collaboratively with the teachers and everybody in the system to implement this systemically and have schools that have this idea of a whole child education for well-being. And I'll leave it at that, no?
Amazing, thank you. Just before we come to one, so Atentamente is a civil society organization. You're not with the government, and I just wondered whether you have encountered any opposition to this initiative, either from parents who don't think this is the right focus for teachers, or from local government or the national government, or
actually we
is it
have
a very
not.
supportive
I mean, I
environment?
must say there is it's an important environment or a context in which Mexican government made social emotional learning, SEL, mandatory. But one thing is to make it mandatory, like on the, we all know, right? On the policy level, another thing is to take it to the ground. But we have not found much opposition. because in the first place, we haven't found yet teachers who don't find that knowing how to be calm again, how to regulate your emotions, no, will oppose it. No, it's just something that it helps them first and foremost. So not until now. We haven't, and Mexico is a very Catholic country, though education is totally lay, but we have not at this point found any resistance.
So it's the right initiative at the right time.
It is.
Fantastic. So that's our first kind of entry point into this whole topic, is around the social and the emotional aspects of this. So individual well-being, emotional regulation, and all of the things that Daniela was talking about. So to bring the second perspective into this, it's a great pleasure to welcome Juan Manuel Restrepo, based here in Medellín, the director of Cosmo Schools. And Juan, you're going to give a slightly different perspective on this. So welcome, thank you.
Muy buenas tardes. Good afternoon to everyone. It's a pleasure to be here in this panel. I'm the director of Cosmo. Cosmo is a network of schools we're building here in Antioquia. We have 10 schools with over 3,000 students. And maybe building up upon your introduction, also Daniela's intro, I think it's an exciting time for discussions on education, because we're seeing the transition in the conversation where well-being, the human aspect, the social emotional aspect is taken into account and is being part of the conversation. Because before, most of the conversations around education were based on the cognitive and learning processes that I think it's also important, but it's not the only process in terms of the human evolution in a learning process. So in Cosmo, we started to travel, to visit museums, visit schools, visit different institutions. And one of the things we found is that not only due to the pandemic, I think the pandemic showed a problem that already existed, but it wasn't visible of the social emotional challenges we have in society. But also, we found, traveling in 25 countries and visiting 100 models, that really the education, there's a huge gap as the world is connected to a huge transformation, rapid transformation, technological transformations. It's the moment to have the human aspect into the equation as the most essential part of education. And the human aspect is taken into account that we don't have a body. We are a body as a person that guide the model of Cosmo. And why do we have to understand a body within the holistic approach? Because our body is our movement. Our body is also our mind. Our body is the interactions our brain generates towards emotions and how we feel. So if we understand the importance of the body with all the dimensions, not only just doing physical education, that's only part of it, we can start to understand from the individual, from our body, from our mind, from our emotions, who we are, be aware in what place we're staying, and also build upon it our perspective of what we want to be in life. So I think the first thing we should do in education is focus on the human. Teachers, and I think they're part of the essential of the equation. I think there's still the central part of the transformation and how teachers are themselves. They reflect on the students and they're inspired by their students. So I think starting by the teachers is a key part. Families also play a crucial part in the education process. Normally the discussions are only based on the schools, the institutions, the walls, but what happens in home also matters, and matters a lot. So we need families to be involved into the social emotional skills building of each children in life. We have to get them involved in the education process to let them know it's not only responsibility of schools, of universities. They have to be involved in the process, and they're an essential part of the process. Also, there's a correlation between what we eat, how our body grows, and how it's developed. So how we sleep. I think it's also an important question that has been recently. So our body, our human aspect, is fundamental in the education process, and I think it has to be the essential part of the conversation. In Cosmo, we believe through, for example, technology can give us a complement towards how we learn and the way we learn, but the physical space is essential. the human connections is essential. The way we interact as human is what makes us who we are as a society. And also, I think there's an essential part that's culture. We don't have to think that education and culture as two separate things in society. I think culture has to be essential within the education process. Culture as a way of inspiring learning experiences in education. Culture as a way of building an identity of who we are and how we are connected with the world. And there's a word we like a lot that is not only well-being, but is care. Why care is important? Because care is also in a way of preventing, and through our habits, developing a sense of awareness of who we are and what do we want to be in life. So if we care about ourselves and we are aware of who we are and what we want to do, we can care about our body, our mind, of the planet and of society, starting from the human aspect. So that's how in Cosmo we believe the conversation of education should be centered on the well-being and the human aspect, complementary to the cognitive and the learning experiences that can be done with other parts. And it's not only connecting the schools among teachers and students, but connecting the schools with the territories. There have to be conversations of trust of the spaces we live, of the territories and the actors who are involved in each of the education process to build a network of learning processes towards the future.
That was phenomenal. Thank you. There's so much to talk about in that. I suppose I have two questions, if that's okay. One, you talked about the role of culture as a way of building identity. I heard Andreas Schleicher from the OECD say recently that he feels that at this point in the 21st century, the most important role for schools is in helping each individual student develop their sense of identity and how they can contribute to the world. So how to utilize all of the social and emotional skills that Daniela was talking about. And so I wondered if you could say a little bit more about what Cosmo does to help students with that sense of identity. And then the follow-up question is just to give a little more of a sense of how being in a Cosmo school might be a different experience to being in a school, say, 10 years ago, in terms of this focus on the body and
yeah, of course, when you go to a Cosmo schools that there's 10 already nearby in the city, you feel more of a cultural center. We see it as an experience center, as a laboratory to experience music, to dance. For example, each morning we start with a moment of connection because we believe we have to be connected to who we are, where we are, and how we're present. So it's about 10 to 15 minutes. It can be different types of activities. It could be just breathing. It can be maybe doing yoga. It could be dancing. It could be a conversation of how are you? Because normally in education, we go straight to the courses, straight to the lectures, straight to the cognitive parts. But one of the questions we like to do a lot in Cosmo, are you happy? It can sound mundane, but I think it's essential in a way if really children are happy where they are and what they're doing. If they're happy, they're connected, and they're aware of their body and their conscience and their presence, then they can open their hearts, they can open their minds towards a conversation, towards a learning process. So starting from the individual and the heart and the passion of each person.
Brilliant, thank you. You remind me of, there's a fantastic program in India that started in Delhi called the Happiness Curriculum. And one of the things that they do with the Happiness Curriculum is for every student at school in Delhi, the school day begins with a 15-minute mindfulness activity. And it's partly to do with the idea that we all carry multiple identities with us all of the time. And for the children in that school system, no matter how complicated your morning might have been before you've got to school, for the next 5 hours, your primary identity is as a student in that learning environment. And so it's a way of kind of focusing on that and then all of the other well-being benefits. So brilliant, thank you very much. Juan, you also talked about family earlier in your opening remarks, which is a lovely segue to Khalid. So Khalid is the Director of Family Research and Policy at the Doha International Family Institute. Welcome, thank you for being with us, and excited to hear your opening remarks and your entry point into this topic.
Sure, thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Khalid Al-Nama. I'm from Qatar. I'm Director of Family and Research Policy. Believe me, today is very hard day because actually I'm working as a TV presenter on a part-time job for almost 8 years. I'm doing the same job, and this is my first day I'm being interviewed. So that's why I start to connect. So that's why I start to know why they get anxious when I interview them. It's the same feeling, by the way.
You've just raised the stakes a lot for our panel.
I don't know, because I feel that's already my, my kingdom. So I do whatever I want. Anyway, so I'd like to share with, I would like to share with you a couple of things that we used to do in DeFi. Our motivation is to find a solution for the families, for decision makers. So we run our research based on policy-oriented research. So these are the motivation that we used to do. So one of the most important fact that we do in Qatar or in DeFi, we try to bring the best practices and we try to convey our stakeholders, because without them, we can't succeed on changing the behavior or attitude. I would like to share with you a recent project that we used to carry almost for 3 years and a half. We have carried on an investigation about adolescent well-being. We have utilized the Icelandic model, and then we have localized it up, based on our context in Qatar. And we try to identify the main factors, contributive factors, which can help the parents to nurture their kids and help them in their future by building their capacity, self-esteem, and their confidence level. And what we have done, actually, we have carried on this investigation for 3 years. It was pilot tested, and then we have run the analysis on 25,000 students, male, female, Qataris, non-Qataris. And the indicators was actually magnificent, and some of them were so excited, some of them were so shocking. For example, I would like to reflect on that. The father involvement in Qatar, it's very humble, and we identify that one as a phenomenal issues in GCC on Arab League. There are many contributive factors to that, but one of them is because we are too busy in our life, and we have our traditional gender role model we used to follow in Middle East. So what we try to do there in Qatar, we try to work closely, collaboratively with our stakeholders to convince them to change the atmosphere, the educational atmosphere, by doing like a lot of focus group discussion, by giving them an opportunity to listen to the students. And in that program, what we have done, we have developed an intervention program. So we have bring all the key players in the market, psychologists, counselors, all of them together in one table. We have discussed a lot of issues which can help our society to grow in very healthy manner. So we propose eventually to promote a family-friendly policies, and then we have also carried out a kind of investigation. We call it a cost-benefit analysis. And why is it so important? Because we believe that in order to change our nation, to build their confidence, to equip them, we actually need to educate our parents, our grandfather and our grandpa, because they are the one we used to follow them, we used to consult them. So this is our cultural aspect in the society. It has to be addressed on frequent basis. So we believe, we advocate to have an educational program for parents, because we believe the change came from there. The other thing which I'm going to summarize, which I'm going to conclude my speech, in order to convey that message, we need actually, whenever we have our findings, we develop something called cost-benefit analysis. And then it's followed by a policy brief. Usually the policy brief end up with the decision maker, and then we sit with them. We form a technical or steering committee. We convince them there are a lot of potential improvement, and there are a couple of weaknesses, and some of the policies and social policies become outdated, and therefore we go back again just to revisit them, and we try to find a solution properly to address our concern from the parental perspective. And then everyone is happy, because we are working with them as they are our allies. So this is our story in DeFi, and this is what we believe. And I have a quote. It's a quote or a story. I hear it somewhere. I would like to conclude with that one. Whenever we go to some place, especially to rail station, we just we consider ourselves as a train conductor. Train conductor is very a smart guy, a very accountable person. But if he change only 1% from his direction, definitely he's going to end up in different destination. So we believe in changing, and we believe in our institute in changing behavior steps by steps. We will end up in a very positive outcome later on. We don't actually demand higher change. We don't actually require people to do a lot of stuff. It's just 1%. Just you need to do small things, and then we'll end up in a very good position. Thank you so much.
Brilliant. Thank you, Khalid. I love that, that work and the idea that we can make all the changes that we want within educational learning environments, but if students' experience of life outside of school doesn't reflect the values that the institutions are trying to instill, then it undermines it and detracts from it. I have a kind of practical, mundane question, if that's okay, just about the process of engaging families in these classes. So is this something that where you're inviting people to come at the weekends or in the working day, or how does that work, and how do you
actually, that's very important question. Thank you for that. So because everyone in Doha is committed, they have a lot of stuff they are working on. They have different priorities. So internally with our management, we decided to go with our intervention plan, and we approached their organization. So we discussed with them the opportunity to conduct a free sessions for all the employees, and from there we reach a huge number of parents. We do the change by following this approach. This is what we
So you're doing it through the workplace? And
yes, through the workplaces.
And does that mean that often you're not working with both parents together? You might be with the father in his workplace and the mother in hers?
To be honestly with you speaking, that's so true. Right. Actually, we have some resistance from the father because the mindset is quite different. So that's why we need to raise the awareness level about adapting a new philosophy of handling what they call household responsibilities. Yeah.
Amazing. Thank you.
Thank you
for sharing all of that. So for our fourth entry point into this discussion, it's an enormous pleasure to welcome Anil Chima to the stage. And Anil is the Executive Director of the Contemplative Sciences Center at the University of Virginia. And so, Anil, welcome, and thank you for completing our quartet this morning.
Well, it's my joy. I get to learn from fellow panelists before I speak, so my intelligence goes up now. So before I joined the University of Virginia 3 months ago, I spent 12 years at Stanford, where I directed the Stanford Flourishing Project and the Division of Health and Human Performance. The questions that we were asking there and the questions that we've been asking at the University of Virginia are similar, right? And so if I were to ask you a question to reflect on that I think is most important to this conversation, from my perspective, it would be this. What is flourishing? What is well-being and flourishing? What is it? What does it feel like? What does it look like? What is it? How does it manifest in your life day to day? Right? Because this panel to me is about the nature of education and what is its purpose. So if I were to say, what is education about? To me, education is fundamentally about bringing forward flourishing. Otherwise, what else are we doing? Like, what is knowledge in service of? Educare, to draw out, right? What do we want to draw out? Not terrible things, right? Flourishing. And so my question to all of us is like, okay, what does that look like in our own lives? And how do we train for that in education? How do we build systems around that? How do we build inner and outer environments that support that rather than degrade that? Right? So I just want you to think of a time in your educational experience, whether a student or a teacher, where you just felt alive, you felt well, you felt like you were flourishing. Think of a time where that was vibrantly alive for you as a learner or a student or as a teacher. Right? Where were you? What were you doing? What was that like? I have a thought, right? I used to teach a class called Travel as a Sacred Journey. Okay? Travel as a sacred journey. We have spring break for 7 days. We would go for 6 days traveling. So the class on spring break, we took our students out into the world. Our first 2 nights were at a retreat center where we went and did work there. Our next night was camping, just in a regular campground. Then we would backpack, go deep into nature for the last 3 days. I taught this class for several years. Here's the funny thing. Okay, this is about inner and outer environments. Travel as a sacred journey. Why travel as a sacred journey? Because what we found was when we took these students out into different environments, every single one of them, 100%, had life-transforming experiences. And it wasn't because we were great teachers. No. It was because we were facilitating experiences of outer and inner environments that were fundamentally different. Now, we taught the same class, basically the same material in classrooms like this, and it was a positive class, right? It was a good experience. It was a nice educational thing called a class. But when we changed the outer environment with intention of inner environment, it was transformational for everyone. So I want to kind of raise this idea using a mantra or a saying that we have in our areas and programs, which is going inward to engage outward, engaging outward to grow inward, right? This full cycle. And I want to ambiguate what an environment is and to suggest to us that the inner environment of our own emotional, psychological, cognitive experience and our outer environment of our social, cultural, technological systems are completely interlinked. And so when we think of an inner environment, we necessarily have to think of an outer environment. When we think of an outer environment, we necessarily have to think of an inner environment. They are coupled. They are linked. And so I want to uphold that perspective, which I think we're all sympathetic to, as my opening perspective.
One of the things that we've heard a lot in the programs we convene in Salzburg since the pandemic is this sort of idea around legitimacy, and that before anyone can make a contribution to thinking about external or system transformation, they've got to be willing to do the personal transformation and identify their own barriers and blind spots and biases and things, which I think is sort of coming from a similar place to what you were saying.
I agree 100%. I have the same version of the mantra, but for leadership, right? Leading from the inside out, learning from the outside in. And if we don't do that, I think we don't have the opportunity to reduce our blind spots and increase our wisdom. And that's why I want to say all of this happens on the individual level, right? So one key thing here, I think, is it's not just about individuals. I often talk about the rule of 1, 2, 3 plus. Yes, 1, the individual. It's individual work. It's also 2, relational, right? Social. And it's also 3 plus. As soon as you have 3, you have a micro community. It's communal. And I don't think we emphasize the nature of the interlocking levels of 1, 2, 3 plus. Yeah. So whether it's in leadership or education, you see it in the family, right? This is, I think, an essential paradigm.
I wonder as well, because you asked a question to the crowd, if we could ask the same question to you, and if someone says to you, what is flourishing, how would you answer that question?
Well, I want to give rise to the possibility that it's plural, that it can be different for many different peoples and communities and so on. But what I will say to me,
in good ground, you have to give it nutrients, you have to give it water, it has to have sun. It's even if it's a seed, there's a connection between everything around it, and there's a interdependence. It's not only the seed, it's the ecosystem that makes it flourish. And I also wanted to comment on when you change the context and the environment, you change the learning experience. And one of the things we try to do is called expanded school. Go to nature, walk, hug a tree, go to a theater, go to a culture. So when you create experiences that are not structured, but create inspiration, you go within yourself. And I think that's really powerful. When you change the context, you also change yourself inside, and I think that's what we need in education. Build more conversations, build more experiences that goes beyond the walls of a school.
I'm going to be technical for a moment. Okay, just if you bear with me, I'm going to use a little bit of cognitive neuroscience, just technical for just a moment. This is as technical as I'll get. But there's a model of cognition in the literature called 4E cognition, okay, 4E. The E's only work in English, alas. But the model works everywhere. Think of it this way. Cognition, how we perceive, feel, think, and make sense, okay? Let's use that as a definition of cognition, is embodied. It's not just a brain, it's a brain, body, cardiothoracic, gastroenterological, it's a brain-body system that's embedded in social, cultural, right? One of the most profoundly influential things to cognition, technological systems, cultural systems, ecological systems, right? It's also extended. It's extended by tools. We're seeing a very profound tool of cognitive extension called ChatGPT, among many, many others, and it's only going to get more exotic. And then it's inactive. It's not static. It's dynamic. As I interact with the world, cognition and sense-making changes. So I think to your point, formally, and you would, you have many neuroscience researcher collaborators and husband, in fact. This model couples the world out there and what happens in our most intimate sense-making experiences in here, and I think that's right. And I think we need to think about cognition, right? Because another way of saying what is education about, it's about developing minds. And minds are individual and distributed, individual and interrelated, and they work in this domain. And so I think if we have a model of cognition, technically, that accommodates this inner-outer coupling, this is essential.
Which speaks very much to what Daniela and Juan were saying in there. So you mentioned 4 E's. You got as far as embodied, and then you changed it.
Sorry, yeah. Embodied, extended, inactive. Which one did I miss? Embodied.
Sorry, I didn't mean to put you on the spot like that.
I should know this off the top of my head. It's embodied, extended, inactive. I'll remember the 4th E. For some reason,
Something to
Uh-huh. Oh, yeah, that's the inactive. Yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking about what you...
Embedded. Sorry, embedded.
I think one thing that for at least one aspect of this blossoming or flourishing I'd like to share, and I think, because sometimes it can be like, it becomes abstract, no? Like, what would that mean? And as you say, it could mean for different people, different things. But I think that definitely there's something that I wanted to, or made me think about, how can we be comfortable within ourselves, no? Like truly have ease and comfort within our minds, within our emotions. That doesn't mean that we'll stop having difficult emotions, difficult challenges outside and inside, but how can we flourish in a way that we can be comfortable with ourselves and that world we're building, even with its complexity and the difficulties of the emotions. And I think what I think is encouraging when we look at it that way, even without, of course, diminishing the interrelationship, but when you think that it is what you can also do, there's a, let's say if there's causes and conditions, but the way we are relating to what is happening is extremely important, and that is something we can work with. That's why you can bring this into education, because of course we will change. We can and eventually change the outside. But what I'm trying to say is, if we have the world which we can most influence is our own mind, and our own emotions, and the way we relate to what's happening, right? So that way of how can that relationship with ourselves and with others be wholesome, no? Be healthy, we're talking about. No? And I think that is a very big place where we can move. Because sometimes we can think, okay, because the systems are screwed and everything is hard and uncertain. No, like we can sometimes just think that we cannot build that well-being until everything happens correctly, no? And I think that the idea that we are, you know, because of this interconnectedness, if we're all well or better, no, I think definitely that environment will improve. But I think that aspect, at least, of knowing it's our mind, no, that is central to our experience, and that's our territory, no? And that's where we can work, and we can help educate that.
There's I think he's an American systems thinker called Russell Askoff, who talks about a system or an ecosystem being much more than just the sum of its parts. It's also the product of all the interactions between those component parts. And if you can improve the quality of the interactions, you can improve the system. And one way of improving the quality of the interactions is to help each individual actor in that system develop their own emotional literacy, their own sense of regulation, and how they engage with peers. So yeah, fantastic, thank you. I wondered, Khalid, with your work with families, is this idea of emotional literacy and thinking about that, the sort of articulation of emotions in a family context, part of the kind of programming that you do?
Yeah, well, actually we believe from the family perspective that each family member can contribute to an education to some extent. We try to change this mindset in Qatar in education, but from family perspective, by not relying everything on the school settings. We do encourage them about having an extracurricular activities to go to communicate with the environment itself, to connect with the environment. Because always we do have a concern, are we going to raise a student or are we going to raise a child? Because we do believe the nation require a lot of social skills, more developmental skills, which cannot be acquired as a solo knowledge in the school settings. So we do encourage always parents to act proactively with their self, to have like a better social and self-emotional regulation, to have a healthy environment within the family aspect, to avoid a heated argument, because everything will have some kind of negative or positive impact on the child well-being and development. Yeah. So I share with you my perspective and opinion.
So important in this time of much greater polarization and the kind of the inability to disagree agreeably with people that you have. So I'd love to, we've got time, we've got about 15 minutes, so to get some questions from the other, we'll take them in batches of 2, if that's okay. So there's a lady at the back in the white top, there's a microphone going to come to you, and then there's a guy at the front in the black t-shirt. We'll take you 2 first. So there's that lady at the top. We'll take them the other way around, but we'll take 2 and then we'll answer them. Me first? Please.
Okay. I got a couple of questions. First one is for Daniela. All right. My first question goes to Daniela. You talked about the USEL program. So my question is, how is the training process? You talked about 200,000 teachers. Is it done online? Just walk us through that. And the second question, is it possible to see the curriculum All right. For Juan, I got questions for everyone, so if it's okay.
Keep them fast so that we can move through.
They're going to be
everyone gets a chance.
fast. You talked about priming, with setting the scene to students. Can you walk us through a class? Just give us all right, that's it. And for, what's your name? Anil, if I'm pronouncing your name correctly. Yeah, Anil. I'm sorry, Khalid. I think you've answered it, but I don't think I quite got it. How are the families involved in the training process? Okay. And your question, Anil, is, as a facilitator, you must find the proper training process. Is the University of Virginia training teachers the inner world that is required to fundamentally deliver these kind of topics into the students? We talked about going inside to, prompt the outside. Thank you.
I can be 10 seconds.
Okay, so while you're answering, if the microphone could go to the lady at the top. Thank you very much.
I'll be very short. Any good social emotional learning program should necessarily teach the teachers the skills that they are teaching others and invite them into doing it. Always. If it doesn't have that component, I don't think it's a gold standard program.
That was brilliantly succinct. Khalid, can you be equally succinct?
So my answer, yes, we approach the families, the parents and their job. So we deliver the training there.
Great.
In a class in 10 seconds? No, just an idea. We don't give lectures. We ask questions, we stimulate, we cultivate, and we believe if children are stimulated through questions and through projects and through challenges that are connected to the reality and the context, they can develop a pathway towards learning interdisciplinary knowledge. So if we build the intrinsic capacity to search, to investigate, to cultivate, they will find the pathway, and the mentors, as we call the teachers, will guide them in the process.
Thank you. Daniela, your question was, how's the training, how does it happen, and
10
is it
seconds.
available? 10 seconds. Lifetime's worth of work distilled.
No, basically we put it into, it's a hybrid training, and it's 80 hours. And basically we help the teachers develop their skill through going through knowledge, and then procedural learning, so doing, and then trying to automatize that into their being. So we try to accompany them in this process, that it's a lifelong process, but the first 80 hours are like that.
Brilliant, thank you. Thank you for your patience.
Gracias. Creo que todos en la sala estamos convencidos de la importancia de estos temas en la educación.
Yeah, what?
No sé si
So
ellos
we'll just
tienen
we'll do translate.
So I think we're all convinced in this room about the importance of education.
Sin embargo, me pregunto cómo hacen para compatibilizar los temas del currículo, que tienen mucho que ver con contenidos, y las propuestas que tienen este otro sentido. ¿Cómo se aterriza eso en el aula para que el profesor no termine sobrecargado una vez más con el seminario sobre bienestar y florecimiento?
So I wanted to ask you, how do you make compatible the curriculum other curriculums that you have to address, and and the well-being or social emotional learning, because then the professor will end up being like overloaded with now an extra curriculum for well-being, and so it's the overload of all the curricular requirements. How do you deal with that?
Okay, just before you start answering, let's get the microphone to the next. So who would like to? So you've got a question, the lady in the mask on this side. Thank you, Reem.
Yeah. 10 seconds. Less is more.
We can go more than 10 seconds on this one.
Less things done more quality are better than more things done less quality. And so you have to have trade-offs, right? You only have so many hours in a curriculum day. And so one of the research studies that we just did this last 5 years, sponsored through University of Virginia, it was a random control trial study. 20,000 students, random control trial. Biggest social emotional learning study of its type in the history of the United States. Radically diverse student body. what we found is that in 1.5 hours a week, you can significantly change student well-being, but only if the school buys in across the school. Because all of the micro interactions matter too.
Would anyone else like to?
I think it's also,
No, go ahead.
it's not this or that, no, because you have to know that learning actually always entails emotions and always entails relations. And we know from science that if you encourage someone's self-regulation and attention and prosociality, actually math and literacy improve. And it feeds, because if you're better at literature, and it really helps you also with your emotional literacy and your self-regulation. So it's something, I don't think we have to think about it, why this or that. And the other thing I would say is that actually, for example, for teachers, if you have a classroom that's much better regulated and you're encouraging that self-regulation with the students and that prosociality, your work is going to be so much easier. You're going to have so much more time to teach your content. But definitely there's a trade-off. No? There must be. But it's not one or the other.
And the key is pick the right few things, not the wrong ones.
Yeah, I would agree with what you said. Less is better. How many of you really remember the thousands of hours you spent in school, the thousands of subjects you saw? Probably what you remember mostly, or what I remember, is a human connection you had with someone. That's more important probably than thousands of hours, thousands of subjects. And I think the essential is how to build with that connection, human connection, the curiosity for life. So each children can be an owner of their own destiny. I think that's more essential than anything.
Some fantastic new data coming out of the OECD study on social and emotional skills, talking about how the teacher-student relationship is one of the most significant indicators of academic success and emotional well-being. So we'll take another question. No, thank you.
This question is for Daniela. You're working in a teacher professional learning program, and I'm wondering how do you guarantee like the sustainability of the intervention with them?
So what we do, we work with the public education system. So once we worked with this focus, on the competency, as Anil was saying, of the adult. So once we've given you at least some time for this during 6 months of development, then we work in a systemic leadership training. And that part is where we're trying to make the sustainability, build local capacity. So we help teachers, but not just teachers, principals, supervisors, like all the structure. So how do you actually embed this idea of a whole child education, of well-being and social emotional learning in the school, in the school ethos, like you're saying, in the small interactions, in what we value, what we want our students to be educated in. So then we help them do the necessary organization, implementation, and assessment to actually keep that into the ethos and life of the school towards the future. So we want to leave installed capacity in the local schools and districts and what have you. So when we're gone, they continue.
Fabulous, thank you. So is there, the lady there, and then we'll come to the guy with the stripy shirt.
Thank you so much. I have a question because I work in this university, and I think that we have a mission to do with the family, with the university students, because in this moment, we don't have a good process with the family. We just work with the students. How could be the family involved in that kind of process?
Shall I answer the question? Well, actually, thank you for that question. We have an experience. We have localized one of the gathering in Qatar in the school setting, so we call it Majlis. Majlis is where we can call the parents and their students to come to experience the heritage, talk openly about the tradition, and from there we cascade the information to the parents indirectly. So it was really very successful. And instead of calling the parents to come to school to attend one of the parent gathering, usually they have other commitment and different priorities, so they don't come. But when we ask them to come twice on yearly basis, every 6 months, So they are more likely to come to attend those gatherings, and they listen from each other, they learn from each other. So it was really successful, and even we call it, based on our name, we call it Majlis. So Majlis is like a gathering where people sit together. Yeah.
And the connection with culture
Yeah.
and the sort of relationship between creating the right culture and well-being,
Yeah.
I imagine resonates a lot with Juan. Thank you. Great question. Please,
Okay,
sir.
just a fast question. Daniela, you say something about Mexico is a Catholic country. What about? I mean, it's been an obstacle for the process of working with teachers. For example, Mexico is a country with different cultures, indigenous cultures, for example. It has been an obstacle for that. And the other one for the professor from Virginia is, you say that activity outdoors make a transformation 100% from an activity indoors, is what I got from your explanation. How you measure that? How you measure the 100% transformation in an individual, in a student? That's the questions.
One thing I would say is that even Mexico is so Catholic, our education is completely lay. We're very strong with that, no? Like public education, no religion, no? So just, I don't know if that's the same here, but it's like that. Okay. And so I don't think it changes, and I would go deeper. The thing is, we're talking about well-being, and well-being is not Catholic, it's not anything, no? It's human. And I think we're talking about this basic human healthy habits of mind, healthy humans, and I don't think we've had, that's why I don't think we've had any, you know, like pushback. And we're working right now with indigenous Maya populations in the Yucatan Peninsula. So they're Maya-speaking populations. They self-ascribe themselves as Maya, and we work with them, and it was completely meaningful. We piloted, does this work? Is it meaningful for you? And they said it's totally, like, it's perfect for us. They just asked for very minor changes, like, you know, that picture of that classroom doesn't reflect my classroom. And what they did is they take the social emotional, they did this, it was beautiful, sorry, I'm extending, but they took this information and they built their own Maya socio-emocional, no? So they did a WhatsApp delivery in Maya with their own stories and their own narratives, and they bring all the social emotional aspect into their own Maya. So I think we're touching on something so basic, so human, that it doesn't really matter, no? There's a point so deep that it doesn't matter where you're at. No, you always want to be connected. You always want to be well, you know, deeply well.
Brilliant.
I don't mean to suggest that just by going outside people are transformed. What I mean to say is that we had a similar class in a traditional format, and then the same class delivered in a kind of journey, right? Where they went to this centers and then some camping and backpacking. And the change in context, in part because it was in contrast to their normal context, right? It was a different kind of context. It was also an embodied metaphor of journey, going outward, right? Traveling outward to go inward. That was also built in, woven into the class. And we didn't measure it through any exotic means. We used, you know, self-report validated instruments of well-being and life transformation and so on, and then qualitative analysis. And this is what they reported, you know, so yeah.
Okay, got it, thank you.
So we've heard examples from early years, from high school, from the family, from university or higher education, from Mexico, from Colombia, from Qatar, and from the USA. This work is happening globally. This is the right time to be doing this work. And if you're involved in education and there is the opportunity to bring these kind of practices into your institutions, then I would strongly, strongly recommend that you start looking into this. If we could come back to that Hannah Arendt quote that we started with at the beginning about education being the point at which you decide if you love the world enough to take responsibility for it. These profound changes in education are a fantastic manifestation of that we've seen from the 4 panelists. So would you please join me in a huge round of applause for the 4 of them, and thank you very much indeed.
GEF
thank you for being here. And thank you for your energy and for this great country for having us. Very happy to be moderating such an important panel. Very difficult to try to present them. So I'll give you in a nutshell what they're doing. I'm sure that you already know them, but I'll start with you, Claudia. So Claudia comes from here. She studied here. And then she's been very much passionate about education and K-12 essentially. Worked for NGO like One Laptop Per Child, has been involved into developing STEAM camps, but also so many other programs at MIT, where right now Claudia is working for inside MIT in a very specific K-12 department called GEF, if I got it right. And then very happy as well to have with us, and I'll start with the people coming from academia. So Diego. Diego is also from here. I suppose you probably all heard of him. He's director of a center that is imagining the future. He's been developing many activities with the government, intervening in Bogota, programs of digitalization and a lot of IT into transformation. And so, yeah, very impact-oriented. And finally, we're having someone else here, David, who is more from the NGO social enterprise sector, intervening at a more holistic perspective, and he's also from this university. And there's also another specificity between the two of you, is that you've been at one point of time in Boston, you doing the Kennedy School and you doing MIT. So, well, I'm very honored. I come from Tunisia, I live in Malta, and I intervene in Africa, and I'm very, very happy and honored to see what you're doing here in Colombia. So, let's start. We will be talking about progressive education. For those who are wondering what it is everything that's not a classical classroom where you have a boring professor who's the focal point and doing it top down. And it's about a lot of new pedagogies that include teamwork, critical thinking, human-centered tools. And so the questions that we're going to ask our panelists today, and to start, is with all the experience that you have, and this question is going to be for the three of you, what would be the project on which you are the most proud of, and where you could say, this is exactly what progressive education should be about? And I would love to scale it.
I mean, I don't know. I will say something about progressive education, because I feel like we put progressive education into a big bucket, and there's also criticism in terms of sacrificing the rigor, and I don't think that is necessarily true across. You can still promote all of the skills, be student-centered, follow the interest and passion of the students in terms of their purpose, right? And purpose not just in a vacuum, purpose for what the country, what their community, what their families, what the private sector or public sector might be expecting from them. So I'll say something, just to begin. I'm involved in a more recent project, so a lot of the work that I've done, as you mentioned, has been STEAM education, using technology, not necessarily to put technology in that change. I quote my advisor and my professor from many years ago in saying that the technology should be an opportunity to rethink education. So if we don't do that, we're just adding a Band-Aid, right? But the project, to your question, the project that makes me proud at the moment is a project that I'm leading that represents many different departments at MIT, is partnership with the Ministry of Education in Belize in Central America, and is for the development of a school that is experimental, all STEAM focused, and is a beacon that could be changing the ecosystem of high school education in the country, is supposed to offer also professional development to other educators. So it represents a big ecosystem at MIT, but our proposal was to work together with both the ministry and also the school. Now the school has been finished, and we have about 9 people hired for the school. So how do you work with people? So what you're developing is relevant, works, responds to what people need, and also you build the capacity for them to continue. So I would say in terms of progressive education, that is a project that makes me really proud. We're finishing an architecture of learning that we feel is actually part of what we've done, but we're making it more extensive. So it's not just high school, it could be for early college education, but it serves as an architecture where you can actually develop innovative programs for students. So yeah.
I'm happy you got MIT to do this. Good job.
It's my turn. Okay, thank you for having me here. Thank you for inviting Confama and Cosmo to this conversation. It's great to be here with Diego and with Claudia. Nice to see you again, Claudia. And I used to work for the public sector here in the city of Medellín and the state of Antioquia for almost 20 years. And I had a humongous frustration on how difficult it is to change what happens in public schools. And after having this opportunity to run Confama, which is like a social organization that connects workers and business, that intends, our purpose is to elevate the Colombian middle class and to make business more conscious through social programs in education, culture, health, whatever, many things, housing, credit, social credit, recreation, preventive health, well, many, many things we do. My question is how to change what happens inside schools, trying to unite the force of the social sector and the strengths of business. So, and we saw some other cajas de compensación across the country. There are 41 other organizations like us across Colombia, like this, the largest of the NGOs and the most social of the businesses. And we decided to open our own schools, to create our own schools. And at the end, we decided that was not enough. We wanted a movement, an inspirational movement through schools, through a network of schools that could change how business, how the public sector, the politicians, and how many people that make public policy think about what happens inside education. So we traveled across the world, visited hundreds of educational experiences, most of them PBL, progressive, whatever, innovative, alternative, however you want to call it. And we picked one tile from each visit, and we create our own mosaic here in Medellín. Now, we opened our first schools in 2020, our first school, with 19 students. Now we have 3,500 students, more or less, and 10 schools. We call them, we have our own language, centers of experience. Our own language is particular. We don't have schools, we have centers of experience, we don't have teachers, we have mentors. We try to begin changing what happens in schools, changing the words, right? And this is my my beloved project. We have schools based in the idea, in the principles of PBL, inspired in neuroscience. We practice learning neuroscience, and also we think that these should be spaces for developing integrally the students' body, mind, spirit, arts, music, science, play, some sports, and well, challenges. And so far it's been an amazing experience. We don't have impact measures, we don't have studies to prove the real actual success of what we're doing, but I can say that families are absolutely happy, that we are bringing in families from different social classes, that kids don't want to leave, that they wake up very early in the morning because they want to be at school as soon as possible, and that this buzz, that this idea that education can be changed is beginning to impact many, many spaces. For me, a measure of, not impact, but effect, is that the most important private schools of the city and some of the most important private schools of the country are calling us to talk. They want to see what we're doing. They don't know if we are competing or maybe we are complementing. We think the latter. And the other thing that is happening is that from the public sector, they are beginning to call, what are you doing? How come that you are doing something different with less money than us? And well, so far it's been an amazing travel, right?
Extraordinary. I mean, two sides. On one side, it's more of a support to the system with the ministry and trying to change it altogether. And here it's really an experimentation.
What we want is to change it from the outside, like inspiring, like generating this feeling of discomfort, to generate questions and to mobilize the public policy from the margins, right?
Excellent. So, university, or is it more K-12 type of great accomplishment that you want to share with?
K-12, yeah. I'd say that one of the projects that really have close to our heart is Plan Digital Teso. We made that beginning in 2012 with the municipality of Itagüí. It was really challenging. I remember 13 years ago, almost, being in front of a large group of teachers who were coming out of a very difficult training experience, and having to explain to them that what we were trying to do was something different, that we were trying to work with them, and that we couldn't guarantee that everything will work out perfect, but that we will try to make our best to do it. And something that we found out in that experience, that was one of the first in the country actually to have a coordinated effort of work with administrators, with the Secretary of Education, with teachers, with students. This wasn't a specific intervention project, but it was something that involved all the community. We got really close to this feeling of skepticism about educational projects that is growing, that has been growing for a long time in our educational communities. The sense of, okay, you're here now, but in 4 years, definitely someone else will come. So I will with you, but nothing will happen. Anything that you propose to me, we did it in the past. And we know that will work. So it's really, really powerful to have been part of something, of an experience, and some of the people in the audience work with us there. To work in an experience that actually ignite the feeling and inspiration for change in students, in teachers, where we actually got to change the roles of the students facing their learning processes, but not from the discourse, but from practice, from helping students to become agents of change in their institutions, having not only the feeling, but realizing that they can support their school, they can change their school, and how teachers respond to that, how teachers begin to think about the possibility of doing things differently. Because we're talking about progressive education, but in my view, when you have the experience of implementing progressive education, it's because you are convinced that that makes sense. If that comes from the top down, we know that usually don't work. So we had the possibility to create some kind of scaffolding for progressive education to happen in the municipality of Itagüí. It wasn't something about one specific model, but more about trying to change the narrative that the educational community, the municipality have about themselves, and helping to realize that they can do different. They can realize what their problems are, and they can find solutions for them. So something that it's really exciting for us is that Itagüí was one of the municipalities that got a quicker response rate when the pandemic came, when schools were closed. The municipality knew what to do, distributing computers, helping and supporting teachers and students in remote learning. It was a difficult situation for everyone, but they had the capacity, they developed the capacity to move forward with that. And they are able now to identify the issues they have, to identify the kind of technology, the kind of support, the kind of processes they have to implement to bring change to their classroom. But based on their specific issues and their specific needs. Itagüí today is one of the most important examples in the country of integration of migrant population, people coming from Venezuela. A lot of them came and stayed in Itagüí, and they made an incredible job integrating the students that came from another country in a very difficult situation. We see that as a signal of change, of things that could be used when in the near future maybe we have climate migration in our country. So there are a lot of future signals there, future possibilities that we are really happy we are so happy to have been part of.
So when listening to you, it seems like the success factors are kind of similar. So the question might be, I mean, if it's that easy to understand the recipe, why don't we just scale it everywhere? And I've also noticed when we started, your very first comment was, let me redefine progressive education, because it probably had a sort of reputation or stereotype. And so the question becomes, why is it? And what are the obstacles? I mean, if we know that it seems to work, why the hell on earth are we doing things differently?
I mean, I think it sounds rosy, right? Even knowing a little bit, not so much about the schools that, Cosmo schools. I learned a little bit earlier today, but I mean, I think that we create, I mean, I would say maybe evaluation, what we measure is important. I talk about purpose, I talk about ecosystems just because we need to think more long-term. I'm hopeful when we talk about competences, even though we still struggle thinking about how to develop or help the students develop those competences, but it's beyond. And of course, you don't develop competences in a vacuum, right? So you need to engage the students into real, authentic problems that they need to solve, and through that, they learn what they need to learn. So I'm hopeful about competency-based education, but we still measure things the same way. We still have, why are the kids not, doing this math or doing this science? And sometimes it's, towards, it's memorization driven. It's not necessarily can they demonstrate that they know how to do this, that they can use this skill. So I feel like a little bit of that is what we measure. I'll go back to the project in Belize, and some of the things that the architecture and the school have is 3 pillars. So we are addressing not only transdisciplinary academics through the lens of STEM or STEAM. We're doing also social, emotional, cultural learning. So that is important part of the school, and also the community impact. So we're always exposing, and the idea is to expose the kids to real, problems with partner organizations. So I go back to that because we do have freedom. Belize, when we started this project, did not have a framework, a national framework. So every school in the country did adopt an international framework or did whatever they wanted to do. They don't have a national test. They do obey to take the Caribbean exams. So we had a blank page, right? Do whatever you can do if you justify it, and there's now a framework, but we still had freedom. And we started with this freedom, and now we're more like, oh, how do I prepare the student for the test? How do I prepare? And I do get these questions from the larger ecosystem. So I think we're still pushing, but I think the sort of measuring is one, uncomfort in terms of not trusting that the teachers can do if we expose them to different tools, different resources, that they within the classroom can do powerful things, and you should empower the teachers and expose them to the large ecosystem. So I think there's trust, there's a larger ecosystem and how to operate within that ecosystem, and also the tools that we have for measuring is still very traditional.
Yeah. And it's kind of, you're allowed to do your freestyle, but at the end, you're kind of tested the same way, and you're wondering if you're going to pass the test.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, your question makes me think about 2 ideas. The first one it is around mindset. You know, everyone wants education to change, but then who's ready to begin, to start, right? And then you go to parents, they want change, but when they advance in the process with the kids, they want convergence. They want education that is similar to the education they had and to what university requires. And then you go to the government, they want change, but the governmental bureaucracy here in Colombia, I guess in many countries, is around education is very heavy, right? To say it politely. And for example, if you decide to create micro schools and not mega schools, you go to the construction rules and you see that you have to create like kind of bunkers that are ready to resist a nuclear attack for holding a safe place for 200 or 150 students, as if you were holding and educating 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 students, right? And explain that to the Ministry of Housing and to the Ministry of Education, right? And then you want teachers, but go to the schools in the universities, to the education schools in the universities, and tell them that you want different teachers. And for example, say in a panel like this one that you don't want to work with licenciados, with educated teachers, but with other professions, people from other professions that want to be teachers and are open to be educated and change the way they teach. And that's not going to be nice for the unions and for the schools and the universities. And that's my first idea. We have to change mindset. And that's why we pivoted in Cosmo from a network of schools to this idea of a social movement. That's why we communicate so much. That's why we do social networks, participate in spaces like this one, educate teachers, and try to change the way we all as a society look at education in order to give a positive feedback into the system. That's the first idea. And the second, I heard once that, I'm from the social sector, we don't have public funding, so our main challenge is scaling up our initiatives. I heard once that NGOs are these places where all pilots go and die, right? So we have amazing projects, very beautiful, as we say, because we don't say impactful, but beautiful initiatives, and then they are tiny, and they stay tiny forever. So in our case, we decided that it was important to create a profitable, sustainable business, that our network of schools is so profitable and sustainable that it can bring in private capital, financing. And this, I know, is a heresy for many people in spaces like this one. But our intention is if we want to have, in 2030, 30,000 students, if we want to go to other cities in Colombia and other countries in Latin America, we need lots of money. And it's not going to come from the state, right?
So on top of those triple M, mindset, money, and measure, adding anything else?
Yeah, I like to go back to something that Claudia mentioned. It is trust. The good thing, something that we're really proud of is that we started in Itagüí with 24 schools, and then we went to work with the Ministry of Education in 200 schools across the country, and then we went to work with the city of Bogota with a similar experience that reached 383 schools, almost 100% of schools in public schools in Bogota. So we got the experience of going to a scale. Happily, we didn't end up in a small pilot in one school that worked really well, and it was fantastic. Everything was happy, everyone was happy, and then it's for the memory, right? No, in this case, we actually in the last few years we ended up doing. We worked together with secretaries of education all across the country, building with them some education innovation territorial plans, some guidelines for them to manage in a better way education innovation, based on the work that we did with Itagüí, with Bogota. So it was like a full circle of going up scale, and it was really exciting. We're really proud of it, but it's really frustrating. because I think David it hits a very, very important point when we talks about financing, because when you go to scale and you say, this is what we needed to make what happened in Itagüí to happen, people say, oh, that's too costly, that's too much. And then you compare what it's too much related to some other expenses that
But they say, where do I cut the ribbon?
Yeah.
They want to see physical things.
Yeah. How can you do the same thing with half the money or one quarter of the money? So it's, I guess there is a lot of creativity there. There are so many things that we have to do, but something that it's really difficult to achieve, I would say, with limited presence, is to build trust. For us, building trust is critical, mostly in cultures such as ours, because I know if we were in a different country with a strong hierarchy, maybe things will happen because someone else said them, and maybe there are some places where that works. But in our case, like I mentioned, we started with a lot of skepticism, and the only way to turn down that skepticism was to build trust. And we had the amazing luck. We were blessed with people in our team that are great connectors. There are people that has this amazing quality, human quality, to connect with others, to help others to see that we're there to help. So to build trust and to build a sense of possibility, what can you do? I mean, you don't need to have everything solved. You can build from your reality. That's something else that we learned very early, and that that's achievable when you don't have that much money to have a sense of possibility. But trust, it's something that you have to nurture continuously, and to do that, you need to be present. So this is not an issue of it's not an issue of content. It's not, let's make another virtual library, let's make more content because the content of last year, maybe that wasn't working. What we need is new content. We've been trying to get and generate better content for almost decades now. Mm-hmm. So is that the real issue? And we keep hearing, and I say with a lot of appreciation for the work that a lot of edtechs do, we keep working on content. So I think we really need to learn more about what helps to trigger change. What is the human component, the human aspect that we need to work with to inspire change and to help communities to discuss what change means. Because that's something else that usually doesn't happen. What you have is this future that we are selling based on a project or a product or service. This is the future that I'm selling to you in a way. But we really need, at Imagine Futures, we are convinced that we need to have strong, huge conversations with communities about what are the preferred futures for them.
Mm-hmm. And that's why probably, and then we'll move to the next set of questions, but maybe after all, we always look at the system, very annoyed by it, but if we question ourselves, what do we want for our kids? To what extent will we be really acceptant of this freestyle system? And so this is a question for all of us. Are we the system at the end of the day? And so we probably are the ones who are also keeping ourselves there. Which brings, I mean, today I'd like you to think, and probably this is more for the two of you here, a question about when we see what AI is doing and how much we're not going to be needed in this planet anymore. One of the only skills that we have, which is the emotional, social ones, how do those practices help us really develop social and emotional skills? And here, if you could really be concrete with specific examples, how can we take a kid, use progressive education, and really see social and emotional skills thrive?
And I would say that you need to address, I go back to the ecosystem, right? Because if you only work with the students, if the teachers do not have a well-being address, I feel like it's not gonna change anything, right? And the same works with the administration, that it's more than just the emotions, right? It's being able to put themselves in the shoes of someone else when you're making a decision about budget. So I feel like work with the ecosystem to make sure that everyone is, that there's trust, but there's also alignment towards what matters. So we're working on a national project with Save the Children and the Ministry of Education in Jordan. And the first thing that actually happened was to even ask the teachers what matters for them and how is their well-being in many dimensions. So one is social-emotional, but there are other dimensions of well-being that have to do with how prepared they are, the physical space where they work, the connectivity, the tools, the resources. So there are many dimensions. So even asking the teachers made a difference because it's the message that it matters. We care. The ministry cares to understand what their well-being is. But addressing, so we do have a program with a well-known leader from business school, Peter Senge, and he has developed a framework that takes social-emotional learning, but also leadership. It's called Compassionate Systems Framework. I know there's someone here in this event that has worked very closely with Peter. She's from Mexico, but give the tools to both the teachers and the students. And again, you do that not in a vacuum. So a lot of what they do, in particular with youth, is do projects that address environmental issues, sort of all of the things that we heard from yesterday, Medellín Challenge, in terms of the Sustainable Development Goals. So how do you care by understanding the implications, systemic implications of what we do? So those are pretty concrete, but yeah, I think that ecosystem is key.
Yeah, interesting.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I agree with Claudia completely. I will add that concrete doesn't mean easy, obviously, but something that I'd say is really important at this moment is for all actors in the ecosystem, not only teachers, but administrators, even students, depending on their age and their development level, to improve their knowledge about themselves, about what triggers them, what makes them act the way they do, and not they, what makes us act the way we do. Why do we react to some things and not others? What are the impact that our families have in our personal history? When you grow up and you talk about that, everyone goes like, oh yeah, my family was very good or not that good, whatever. But I have a 7-year-old girl, and something that strikes me is that I don't hear her talking about how she was able to discuss with her peers their family's stories. How were their grandfathers? How were their grandmothers? Their where do they come from? That's something that obviously usually ends up in a biographical project, but I think it has more to do with that. If we, as actors of the educational system, think about what triggers us, I really believe that maybe we will have a better criteria to understand why we take the decisions that we make, why we favor one teacher over other. Why? Something that we have heard in different schools across the country. Why are we, in a way, punishing teachers that are innovative? Because we should take it easy. You don't need to do all that. What's the point? That's a narrative that we hear in our schools. Not all of them, but some of them, and it's disturbing because we should be celebrating that. And we really need to, I'd say that we really need to change our myths, change our narratives in order to make sense of the tools and the methodologies and everything that we know. And I think I'd like to go back to your question in the beginning. If we know what works, why are not we doing what has to be done? And I would say that we are getting to that point where we have to go to a different level and think about the myths, the narratives, what makes us the way we are. And I really would love to see project-based learning where in the beginning the teams have enough and deliberate time to learn about themselves, to learn about their capabilities, who they are, what can they bring to the table. You usually don't do that. We start with the methodology and we hope for the best. But I really think that thinking about psychology, about our self-knowledge, how it improves our leadership in the classroom, in the institution, how can we become better human beings as we are growing up, understanding that. It's something that shouldn't end with therapy when you're 20, 30, or 40, or a teen, but that we should be working on with our kids.
So we did a zoom in, going from the really personal understanding, and then looking at the very first layers, so understanding also faculty around us, teachers around us, and then doing a real zoom out and looking at the ecosystem and stakeholders. And here we're talking about the PPPs, the government, but also the companies. So I think that's probably more your perspective. And when looking at those ones, that ecosystem, how can we build with them and not against them?
Yeah, and the question I ask myself frequently is, if you want to be a great school or run a great school or be a great teacher in the 21st century, if you want to move on forward these kind of challenges, what you should do besides doing a great job inside the school? So I'm going to talk about the ecosystem and the wide panorama of things, but from the school. And the first thing that comes to my mind is that schools and teachers should operate as open systems, right? And for example, it's very rare that you see teachers and schools and principals talking about communication, about their social networks, about teaching to the communities, about impacting the world with their ideas. And for us, this idea of the movement in Cosmo is fundamental, because if you don't inspire, I prefer inspiring than selling, right? Because selling implies something else. And I'll tell a short story. A few months ago, one of the parents from Cosmo wrote to me through Instagram, to this direct message in Instagram, and he said, "Thank you, because you are changing the way our family eats." Right? Cool. Because for us, when we say body, we imply nutrition, sexual education, whatever. And he said, since you are teaching through your social networks how we should eat if we want to learn rapidly, and you are teaching to our kids how to eat better, and you invite us in as parents to learn how we can prepare our meals in a way that it's at the same time economic and healthy, so you are changing the way I eat as an adult. That's communicating, right? That's the first idea. The second is alliances. We confirm our part of this ERA alliance, which is an alliance that intends to improve the rural education in Antioquia. That's different from Cosmo. And we are inspired in Escuela Nueva Caldas, in Escuela Nueva, which is very famous here in Colombia and across the world. And when I visited the first time Manizales, the city where this was originally created, I saw that the success factor for an alliance like that they have, which it's been there for 40 years now, improving the education of Caldas, the state of Caldas, it's that they have tens of institutions, I think 20, 30 institutions that are part of the alliance. So when a new governor or a new mayor come into office and they want to change things, they have to deal with three or four large companies, the Caja de Compensación, the Comité de Cafeteros, and so many others, and it's more difficult to change things when you have to deal with a large movement and a large alliance, private-public, than if it's just a public program. That's your experience, I think, Diego. The other that we're doing with Pro Antioquia is I think great schools should have good lobby. We have to be open to participate in the public discussion of public policy. For example, now in Colombia, we're discussing the Plan Nacional de Desarrollo, the plan for the national government for the next 4 years, and the budget as well. And we have people in Bogota that are trying to move on some regulations that are being obstacles for us to improve education in Antioquia. And it's not only a problem of Congress members, but about schools and NGOs like us. And the last idea, which is one of the things I love the most about Cosmo, it's again how to mobilize the ecosystem from a school, is the idea of extended school. for us, museums, theaters, parks, companies are part of a school because we operate as an open system. So our students spend a lot of time outside of our facility, doing theater, visiting museums in a design experience, in an intended experience, doing sports in parks, visiting companies, inspiring themselves of what could be, what are their possible futures, right? To open their minds and hearts to what they could do when they grow up, if they want to be doctors, engineers, whatever. So this idea of the expanded schools, I think it's a way to impact the ecosystem from a school. And companies are very interested in this. They want to be part of what happens.
This is quite
inside
unique
the
in
school.
Colombia, to be honest.
I think it's unique in Medellín and in Antioquia, but I think it's a good example for many other countries in the world.
When listening to them, I don't know what you think, but I really imagine the responsibility it is. You're a psychiatrist, a trainer for faculty, for students, but also you're part of a whole ecosystem where you have to bring along companies, you're doing the advocacy, it's a huge government in itself if you think about it. The way you're describing it, for it to work and to be the perfect citizen into getting the others to learn, wow. I don't know if there are some deans over here, but it's a difficult job. I'd like to talk about technology now, and I don't know if people here share my perspective. I've always thought, technology is there, there's this whole tsunami, and with the COVID it was important, but in reality, do we really use it in classroom? I know that everybody's saying we're using it, we do Discord, but technically, do we use it, and how can we use it in a way that is really transformative for us? I personally belong to an old generation, and to be honest, I have not used it that much, or I pretend I do. But to what extent do you use it, and how is it working to really get into more progressive education?
I would say we never think, even though ironic, right, that where I come from, the Media Lab and sort of the logo computation world, technology is not at the front. Is the purpose, is everything that we have been discussing, right? So when you know where you're going, when you're thinking about the powerful experience that students have at school, the extended school, as an ecosystem in sort of a municipality or in the country, you're not thinking technology first. And then when you imagine what is possible, then you start looking for what is the technology, what are the tools that support that powerful learning. So when you're thinking about project-based learning, you need tools, and it might be a computer, and with the computer, a number of tools. And I'm in favor of sort of office tools because I use them, right? I write documents, I create budgets, I do presentations, so I use all of those tools, but I don't put it in the front of kids. So I'm not teaching the kids to do PowerPoint. I'm putting kids in front of challenges, and if they want to communicate through a video, through a presentation, through a contraption that they're building, that is how I imagine. So, when I was at One Laptop per Child, I was analyzing, sort of the open-ended, more closed tools, and all of them make sense, right? From close to, I would say a programming environment is very open and very difficult to use, right? And very difficult to introduce in the system, because you're not only allowing people to build whatever. I can build a game, I can build an interactive story, anything, but it could be about any topic. So it's more difficult to think about how to use those tools when you have maybe a game that is about, I don't know, we had some games that were for physics. You cannot build anything with them, but they have a purpose. So you need a sort of a portfolio of different kinds of tools. And beyond the computer, the things that we saw yesterday, I go back to the powerful presentations, right? But the maker spaces, sometimes we rush to like, oh my God, now we need to have a maker space. And you see, like we heard so many stories, the computers in the locker room, they're not used. You have to ask permission. I think we hear the same things when we talk about maker spaces. So why do we have them? What are the kinds of things? Is it part of the sort of the portfolio of things that kids could use. So it's the computers, is what you have within the computer, is the phone, but is, you know, so many other things that could be, that we use, right? We use as students, we use at MIT, but could be powerful or not, depending on what you want. So yeah, I'll stop there.
Obviously, there are a lot of huge gaps. When you think in a country about, like Colombia, you have huge gaps in connectivity, in access, in the devices available for students, for teachers. That's something that we know. We also know during the pandemic that there were, and Vicky Colbert was mentioning in the opening session today, there were a huge emergence of people using their cell phones via WhatsApp to get support and to build networks of teachers working together. So there are a lot of things that can be done today, we know that, but there are still gaps that we need to address. That said, I was actually talking with Herman, who is in the audience today, and we ended up discussing something that I like to share here, is that if education is a way to connect with the whole sum of the human experience, of the human knowledge, of what we have accumulated as a species for a long time, technology and the many different ways that technology express is a way to get in touch with that knowledge, with that history of our species, to use it to solve the problems that we have locally. So it's not about computers, it's about how can we connect with the people that had issues similar to what we have now, and how can we inspire ourselves, going back to what you mentioned, David, how can we inspire ourselves to build solutions to the issues that we have here, but connecting to networks of people alive, people had died a long time ago, philosophers, engineers, scientists, all kind of people that for so long time stayed in libraries, in books, but now we have them in a different way, and soon we will have them in our pockets as digital assistants based on GPT or whatever, that will be able to answer questions that undergraduate student in his or her last semesters will be able to answer. That's power, but that can lead us to dystopic futures or to very interesting futures. So I always think about the Amish, about this. They're not anti-technology. They actually try to understand what's the effect of technology in their community, and they choose what kind of technology they use based on that. That's difficult to think in our environment because we're in the middle of a huge avalanche of technology and change and all that. But I say that thinking about what's the point of technology and how it connects us with our history, with our human history, with the path that we've walked as a species. I think that can be really powerful and can bring other ideas. Anna.
Maybe connecting with what Diego is saying, let's go back for a while to the end of education, to the intended end of education, because it's about what? It's about learning how to work. I think it's important. But in 2019, we were having here in Colombia the first expressions of social discomfort, these marches and manifestations on the streets. And we at Confama had a conversation with youngsters from these marches and youngsters from within the company. We asked them how they see what's happening. And one young woman said to me, you know, it's very difficult to be an adult. Why don't you create a course for learning to be an adult? And I said, well, if you create that course, please invite me. Please call me in. Count on me. and because at the end, education is about learning how to live. Living is not an automatic thing. Living, interacting with others, working, enjoying the human experience, as you were saying, that's not that simple. That's not a thing that the human mammal knows to do automatically, right? And so
I hope everyone's feeling better right now.
how I see technology and education is exactly in that line. I mean, technology is like lemon in a meal. It's a condiment. It's a complementary. But you never sit down on a table and begin to eat a dish of lemon. It's a condiment, right? It's complementary. And in Cosmo, we have our own technological platform. It's using AI, it's gamifying, whatever. But at the end, our goal is that this technological platform at school helps students and teachers to have more time to interact at the human level, to liberate them of this administrative and content-driven experience, which is not the most important thing in education, I think, to have the human interaction, the human experience, the social-emotional education, as you were saying.
So you're using technology to be augmented and to be more human somehow.
Yeah, I was going to say something. I mean, my work belongs to a unit at MIT that is called Open Learning. And a lot of what we do is online courses, and not only opening, like, there's something called Open Courseware, 2,500 courses that are just the lectures of MIT and all of that. But we also empower professors and, at MIT and other places to create online experiences, right? And part of what, comes to mind as I was listening to both Diego and David is that why control? Like if you find a professor that matches your style of learning and he lives in some other country, right? Why not take that course? And maybe your professor as your mentor within your own institution can support that work. So I love to explore that, sort of technology as liberating because I could go, instead of having the assumption that I can learn the same way with everyone, I could find those places where, and those resources somewhere else.
Well, but I will share an anecdote just to make the conversation more, to give some spice, to make it some spicy, the conversation, because I also work as a volunteer as part of the board of trustees of this university, as you said. And a few years ago, I read this thing in Twitter from a student of this university. And he said something like, what do I ask my teacher every morning that he says something that is not in YouTube? That does something, let me leave something that is not in YouTube, right?
Something no one else is doing.
Let's do something that it's not, because I will use my words. I hate this way of thinking of education as a content, as a transfer of content process.
So we would have so many questions, but if you agree, I think that the audience seems sufficiently engaged thanks to the spice and lemon and all of that. So unfortunately, I don't speak Spanish, but we might translate for those who need. So happy to take some questions from the audience. Okay.
So thank you very much for this very interesting conversation. And this morning in a session, in a master class that I had the chance to co-deliver with Professor Richard Light from Harvard, he was telling us that the difference between good and great universities was that everybody in the university was into the culture of wanting to change and wanting to do things differently. Well, he was basically referring to faculty, maybe. And he said that especially in a context where 90% of a student's time was spent outside the classroom, of his experience was spent outside the classroom. So my question would be, what is your take, or what would your advice be for leaders in education, not just for students or professors, who I think are more prone to this idea of change and maybe probably dramatic and not just incremental innovation, but disruptive. What would your take or your advice, your recommendation be for leaders in education facing progressive education?
I'm going to ask you to answer in 1 minute because we'll take 3 questions, just making sure we... Sorry.
I'll answer quick. Look outside what's happening in the educational institutions. Look outside schools and outside universities. For example, for me, it was very important to see what Museo Parque Explora, the science museum of the city, is doing on education. And after meeting with many teachers, with many educational leaders and NGOs in the state of Antioquia to talk of innovation and education, I found that it was a museum, the place where different things were happening. So look outside. Maybe it is not only a museum, maybe it's a community. Maybe it's an NGO. Maybe it's a company, because companies are educational institutions as well, if you look at them carefully. I mean, you as a boss in any company, you are educating people and being educated by them, no?
I mean, I would say the same. I mentioned the learning architecture that we're developing, and is, one of the things that, I heard from you, but we also did, is look at what others are doing. Let's not reinvent. Let's learn from what other, innovative schools are doing. But one of the principles of the program design is really not so much so many classes that the students are taking. I remember, I had a great education, but most of my time was spent taking classes. At MIT, you take 2 or 3 classes every semester, and most of the time is applying what you learn. And it's part of your experience, right? So I will echo your sentiment. We're partnering with many institutions in Belize that are surprised and welcome and ready to work with the school to offer experiences to the students. So the extension is so important. So that is my advice.
Thank you. We'll take a second one. I think over there.
Hi.
Yeah.
Hi here. Hi. Just to connect with that, you were mentioning some about progressive educational models, right? So, but those models require markets to be prepared, and those models need new business models. So how ready are we to accept new educational models within the markets, corporations, new business models, as we feel that maybe we are not ready yet. We are asking for people to have some skills or some certificates or some types of traditional education. So if we want progressive educational models, are we prepared for that?
I really don't think we'll ever be prepared. I think one day we'll wake up and say, oh, this is normal. This is what always happened. What's going to change now? I really think we have to take a leap and try and build those things from many different places. And I go back to the idea of trust, of building trust with the enterprises, with entrepreneurs, with teachers, with students, with everyone about what can be done and experiment. There is not one single thing that will work, but something will. And so we have to create this sense of experimentation, of risk, what you were mentioning a moment ago. You have to inspire yourself in what others are doing and try to create alliances. David knows a lot, obviously, about that. I think there are keys there about the kind of people that you have to be surrounded with if you want these things to move forward. But you need to build trust.
No nos da el tiempo, pero si quiere ahorita le cuento una historia.
Terrible. Let's take the last question because we have 1 minute 30. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you for inspiring insights today. And I'm Jian from South Korea, specialized in early childhood education. So my question will be a wrap-up question. What are some future directions or trends that you see or expect in progressive education?
I mean, I
belong to the past.
I'll say, because you're talking about early childhood education, the investment of early childhood education is already measured. It shows not only in the success of people as adults in their salaries and how stable their lives are. So invest in early childhood education. We do have a department of neuroscience at MIT doing fundamental research and learning more about how people learn. So we keep saying we know how people learn. We don't. We need to really pay attention to the things that we do. Sometimes it might be a small change. We keep talking about technology, but it might be a tiny, sort of approach that you can use in the classroom, asking the question, presenting something first. So I would say go back to like the fundamentals. So we're doing a lot of research, and part of what we do is informed by new things that we learn about how people learn. So go back to that.
Can I say something quickly?
Of course.
Another, if you're talking about trends, a trend that I see and that it's really worrying to me, it's gaps that are widening. That's happening in all levels of education. And I think we really have a responsibility to see those trends and do something about them. There's a lot to be done, and hopefully we can together take action about it.
Thank you. Probably to conclude, and I'm putting this very provocative one that might kind of disrupt many of this conversation, but how about if all of this was related to the fact that we think we always need to have an anti-system? What if we have always been doing progressive education, but we always want to battle against something, thinking that there's better, we need to change, but in reality, maybe even the old ones were doing sometimes progressive education, but we just needed to feel that we have to change something to feel alive, to feel that we're battling for something. Sorry for this one.
Thank you.